Go. Very good morning to all of you, and welcome to day 2 of the Next Generation Internet Forum. In particular, hello again to those of you joining online. We know that there were dozens of you yesterday asking questions through our online tool, as well as those in the room. So let's hope to foster that same enthusiasm and critical thinking again today, so that we get so many people connected. And of course, a warm welcome to those of you in the room. I hope everyone is energized and all set for a good morning of discussions. I'm still Jennifer Baker and still based here in Brussels. I'm a tech policy journalist and presenter, and my job today is to guide you through the agenda, introduce the different topics, try and find some commonality and red threads throughout, and I'll be moderating a session a little bit later on the Fediverse. We're going to hear more impactful stories today, in particular from these exceptional NGI innovators who are going to tell us a bit about their projects. We'll look at also how to secure the open source frontier, as well as a few other speeches and talks in between to bring it all together under the umbrella of the Digital Commons, our theme for this year, which we spoke about yesterday, along with digital identity, open web search, and large language models. Those were the big plenary sessions yesterday. I hope many of you were here for them, because I'm sure we'll be referring back to some of the things that were said yesterday. Once again, we do urge everyone to participate online. Please use the hashtag NGI Forum 23 for the social media posts, and pick whichever one you feel most comfortable with. And we'll also be using the interaction tool Particify again. So if you've got your smartphones to hand, those of you online will find the interaction embedded on the screen, so you don't need to scan anything. But in the room, you can scan this QR code behind me, or if you're going to go directly to the site, you can go to oursparticify.de and put in the code 35070577. That's 35070577. And we said yesterday, and remind everyone today, that it is an open source interaction tool. That's why we've chosen it to keep our thread throughout. Let's start with a word cloud. Just to warm us up for today, we're asking, what tools could we use to deliver the next generation internet? I don't want to say that this is the Commission outsourcing its ideas to the audience, but I'm sure they'll be reading the ideas and hoping that you come up with something. So far, we've got no answers, but I'm sure we're vanilla web. Okay, let's get it up on the big screen here. What are people saying? Scan code, hammer, anything else? Any other ideas? I'm sure those online have plenty of ideas as well. So, ActivityPub, open source, browser, partnership, edge computing, AT-Proto, any more? 10 answers, more, come on. Give us a few more ideas. ActivityPub, mega funding. I'm trying to read these sideways. Direct messages, mega funding and micro funding. That's covering all the bases. DLT, Git. Yes. Open source. Okay, right. We will let you type away at that. We will be keeping an eye on the word cloud and sharing it afterwards, so everyone can see the bigger the word, the more people voted for it. So I think we'll let that run away in the background. We're going to start now with our first session, where, as I said, you will hear from the inspirational speakers, those who are using NGI projects. They're going to tell their stories about their contributions. So let's hear from the next session. And that will be moderated by Fabrizia Benini, who is Head of Unit, Next Generation Internet Unit, that is, in DG Connect at the European Commission. Fabrizia, thank you so much for making it through the horrendous Brussels traffic.
So I hope we have a good productive day as we had yesterday. So yesterday, one of you said NGI is the best funding program for tech. And I tend to agree. You will forgive me. But in the last 5 years, we have funded 1,000 projects. And we have nurtured a community of EU developers that help us build the internet that we want, that we need, one that reflects our values and reflects our common and shared beliefs. Open, secure, human-centric. Now, this internet and this program is important also because it's nurtured this community, 80% of which has not received funding from any other EU funding program. This means that we have identified a niche through the cascading grants, and we've reached a community that we want to continue nurturing. This is important to us. It's important because NGI is agile. NGI is quicker than other research programs. In these moments of great challenges and unexpected events, NGI is able to bring results after first program in a much shorter span of time than traditional Horizon programs. Horizon, it takes 5 to 6 years. With NGI, it's 12 to 15 months to first results. Now, this is significant, and its value was proved during the COVID crisis, where the community was entrusted with checks on security and privacy for the contact apps that were developed subsequently by the member states and the Commission. So really a value that we share very much, a community that, as you listened yesterday from Roberto, is key to the way that we can counter forces that are bigger than ourselves, but still that have a different approach that does not suit us. Now, what we're looking forward, we must also try and increase our critical mass. And how to do this, then best to identify more synergies with the member states to see if together we can reach these very same goals. So now we're going to listen to the first batch of impact stories. That means I'm going to introduce a number of developers. Each of them was chosen on the basis of the main strands of work that we have in NGI. And they will tell us what they do, how their work has affected users and developers, and also how the contribution of NGI has been key to that success. So, Alexander, can you please come up? Thank you.
Hi, everyone. So, I'm waiting for the presentation to start. Okay. I'm Alex from Open Food Facts project. So, just I begin by a small apologize because I've done a lot too much text on my presentation, so I will rush a bit on it. So, just brace. So that's what we will see. So Open Food Facts first. Most of you know that there is a big problem with what we eat. There are a lot of problems that are linked to that. The first is overweight and obesity, and so health problem. There are also problems with greenhouse gases and environmental impact. And our mission at Open Food Facts is to empower consumers, producers, researchers, government, and policymakers also, and to measure and change the impact of food on our health and on the planet. So you see the mobile app in action, and it's so what we do is that we have an open database about food products that is collaborative, crowdsourced. We had a systemic role in the Nutri-Score creation. I hope you know it. And we experimented EcoScore to label environmental impact on products. We have more than 2.8 million products in our database, a lot of users, a lot of contributors, and a lot of reusers of this data, contributing also the data. So what were we able to achieve thanks to NGI? One thing we achieve is that if you think every day, you ask yourself a lot of questions about what would I eat? Is it healthy? Is it good? Is it? And so you have a lot of criteria to meet. For example, healthy diet, allergies, ingredients you want to avoid, and so on. Maybe also ethical concerns and so on. So to help users, consumers, do that choice, we implement a personalized, transparent, and privacy-first score, personalized score on the food. So it's something that we really pushed in our mobile app that was released last year, our new mobile app. And it's something that's available on all products, and it has a reach of a lot of users every month. We also had a second project where we found the Volksonomy engine. So the idea is to model everything. So we have a limited set of properties in our database, but maybe someone is interested in other properties. And we have a project which we want to make grow, which is called Open Product Facts, which is applying what we did for food products to every product. And this will help us bootstrap this project because we can model quickly new products. But it also helps in Open Food Facts because there are researchers that may track very specific topics thanks to that. And for example, you know, people are, producers are using cartoons, for example, to promote unhealthy products. And so there are researchers that are interested in that, to track that, to document that, and so on, and see the impact of such things. So, and this will be open to more users soon, this possibility of tracking specific properties. And then we have a third project which is running right now, which is Search Alicius. There are a lot of people who are searching information about food. Most of them land on our website after a search on a big tech engine, and we would like them to be able to use our search, internal search. But right now it's slow, it's cumbersome, and so on. And as you've seen, we had a revamp of our logo last year, and guess what? It's a magnifier icon to symbolize search, so we have to reach that goal. And so Search Alicius project is born, so it's already deployed in production. It means that there is a proof of concept that it works well. It's fast, it's more relevant. It's not yet visible to users, but because it's a problem of UX. And it has a powerful API so that our reusers can fully use it, it is in many languages. It's a reusable brick also, so that others can set up quickly very good project based on open data collections. You may think that search is not so important, but in fact it's very important because it helps people, for example, searching the database for specific evidence, specific facts, or getting insights from this large variety of data. So it helps a lot of journalists, NGOs, researchers, policymakers, reusers, and so on. And also our contributors who are improving data quality. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Alexander. And now we'll go to an example of decentralized social media, that's PeerTube.
Hello, everyone. So I am Pouillou. I am here as the co-director of Framasoft. Framasoft is a French non-for-profit, and we work towards popular education on digital issues and cultural commons. And we do lots of projects, but if I'm here today, it's because I am the product owner of an open source software we developed called PeerTube. So the question behind PeerTube is, how can we help YouTubers and live streamers on Twitch emancipate themselves Should we need to have Google's money and Amazon's web server farms? We think that we can do better than that. And actually, we can use old internet values, such as decentralization, and not create a big platform, but a multitude of several little platforms interconnected with each other. Federation, peer-to-peer sharing, open source, and create a solution. And that's what we did with PeerTube. And the whole goal here is to democratize video hosting so that people can be empowered and host their own videos. So, well, at Framasoft, we are always funded through donations, and we crowdfunded our way to developing the first years of PeerTube, but it's quite hard. And we were glad to meet NLNet and to benefit from NGI programs. In 2021, we benefited from the search and discovery programs. It helped us with search results, also with customizations, so people can identify what content they are watching. And we got the sepiasearch.org search engine. We produced that. It's online. And on Sepia Search, Sepia is the lovely mascot here, the octopus, the mascot of PeerTube. Well, you can find videos and channels on PeerTube. This year also, we benefited from the Entrust program. It helped us develop, for example, remote transcoding. So I won't go into details, it's quite technical, but suffice it to say, it's a huge undertaking that helps a lot with sustainability, with resilience, and also that implies that community could share resources together. That's quite nice. And also, all the features that we will ship by the end of the month on the 6th version of PeerTube has been funded through this program. And I also wanted to say funds are important, don't get me wrong, but more than funds. We also benefited with help with networking, with accessibility, software accessibility, diversity and inclusion, free libre licensing, and that's really, really precious. So yeah, we have great hope for PeerTube because it is more and more used, but we have a little bit of a problem that when you give people responsibility, when you give them more power, more freedom, well, you also make your software more complex. So we need to do better, and we need to make it more easy to use, more easy to understand. And that's our goal for that, because lots and lots of creators are already using PeerTube. For example, institutions, the Netherlands Institution for Art, for Vision and Sound use PeerTube, but also the European Commission, here is their own PeerTube instance. We're quite wild. Educators use PeerTube. In the Philippines, the university use it for their digital learning program. And in France, the French Ministry of Education did a whole platform of free software, and PeerTube is their solution for video hosting. We also have lots of content creators that organize themselves. In France, video makers about critical thinking. They use PeerTube on the skepticon.fr instance. Tilvids is an instance about edutainment videos. And I really love the project Bunseed. It's a French project that just got out. They take several free software. They are video makers. It's by and for creators. And it is for them to get kind of a self-hosted Patreon. You know, a place where you can put exclusive content and get support from your fans. Independent media use PeerTube, for example, HowlRound, I do love that. It's a Theatre Commons media in the Emerson College in Boston, and they use PeerTube to live stream their conferences and webinars. And citizens and community use PeerTube. I have lots of examples, but if you want a concert, a live concert, streamed by PeerTube, go to liveitlive.show. So, well, we are quite proud of what we have achieved, because right now, there is more than 1,000 platforms using PeerTube, sharing almost 1 million videos, lots and lots of views, and we did all that in 6 years, with only one full-time paid developer over 6 years. There is a second one since last September, yay! 600,000 euros, thank you. 600,000 euros, and I did the math. It's 22 millionth of YouTube's ad revenue last year. So yes, with little means, we can do a lot in the open source community. If you want to learn more, join peertube.org, and we'll be there also at the workshop this afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, really, it's impressive. And now Daniel Thompson will tell us all about Tauri.
I'm not Gail.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you. Hello, so I am Gaël Duval I'm the founder actually of Morena and EOS operating system. Before we start, I'd like to ask you a question. If you have a smartphone, please raise your hand. Whoa. And now, if you have an iPhone, please raise your hand. And now, if you have a Google Android smartphone, please raise your hand. This is a lot of people. Now I have a bad news for you. Most of you are leaking your own personal data all day long to Google and Apple. If you have an Android smartphone, you are sending about 6 megabytes of your personal data every day. And if you have an iPhone, you are about 6 megabytes per day, and Google Android 12 megabytes per day. So we are here to solve this problem, actually, because many of us think that it's not a normal situation. So what we are doing is we develop EOS, which is a pro-privacy and Google-free mobile operating system that can run on many different devices on the market. Actually, we support 200 models of smartphones today. And we also develop a cloud workspace where you can use your email and your document, share your document, edit your document, have an agenda, etc. With a specific feature which is that there is absolutely no tracking of our users and no ads. And of course, we are 100% open source because we think that open source never lies. And with open source, we can have auditable privacy, actually. So our business model is to sell some Morena smartphones that run EOS. We have a lot of partners on the hardware for this. And we also have the Morena Cloud, which is an online space that you can use for free if you are using only a small amount of data. And if you want more, you can purchase a premium plan. So what is our journey with NGI? Actually, we got funding from 3 different NGI programs. The first one was NGI Ledger, participation in NGI Ledger to champion projects focusing on privacy by design, openness, and data sovereignty. And for this, we have developed a new module for EOS, which we call Advanced Privacy. Advanced Privacy lets a user cut all the trackers from mobile applications and all ads, actually, that they can find on the web. The second one was NGI DAPC, participation for data portability and interoperability. For NGI DAPC, we have developed end-to-end encryption module that lets a user have their personal data end-to-end encryption for maximum security and privacy. And the third one that we have just started is NGI Search. We are currently participating to improve search functionalities focusing on open source, privacy, and collaboration. And for this, we are trying to figure out what is the best large language model today that we could run and include by default in EOS, open source large language model. So this is a focus on advanced privacy, which was one of the first module we developed with the NGI program. So here on the left, top left, you can see all the trackers. In green, when it's cut, and in red, it's when it's not cut. So actually, very few people know about this, but there are a lot of personal data that goes through tracking in mobile application and on the web. The second feature in advanced privacy is that you can fake your IP address if you don't want to be tracked by your IP address. And the third one is that in some case, maybe you don't want to have all your applications know where you really are. So the third one is to fake your geolocation, actually. So trying to make a difference with NGI, what are the challenges? Actually, we are competing with the big techs, and they have big pockets and a lot of money. So NGI is really helping us to develop some things maybe we couldn't develop without the NGI programs. So NGI is really a beacon enabling a paradigm shift in the European IT. And the outcome for us is that we're able to build a robust, privacy-centric mobile operating system that really aligns with European values. We are growing. Actually, we have doubled our monthly users, active monthly users of iOS between 2022 and 2023. We have about 30,000 monthly users now. And also on the cloud, we have the Marina.io users. We now have more than 100,000 accounts open today. And we have a natural global reach. That is, I think, a very interesting point because we started the project and then we saw some adoption from many countries in the world. And today our first market is Germany, followed by France, and soon by the USA. So you have all the European Union and USA that have some users of our products. So what is the future of Marina and iOS? Today we are trying to consolidate our partnerships, and especially one with Fairphone. We have been able to start selling Fairphone 4 on the US market, and it was a very good partnerships, and it had a very good success with a lot of media coverage. Recently, Fairphone has started to sell their Fairphone smartphones with an option to run iOS by default on their website. And we are launching now the Marina 2, that, as you can see on the picture, some kill switches that are really good for privacy and very easy way to cut your microphone and video camera at any time very easily with a kill switch. And in 2024, we are also trying to address the B2B market. What do we want to be in the future? We want really to become the leading mobile ecosystem with fair values for everyone. So we want to be open source for auditable privacy. We want to support strongly privacy, and we want to be ESG positive. We want to have an ESG positive approach. In other words, we want to offer a European alternative to big techs, championing user rights and to foster collaboration. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Now, yes, sure.
Hi.
Please, welcome.
Thank you, and our community thanks you. So I'm from Tauri Apps, and what you'll see is I put a little QR code on every page so you can get more information if you're interested about one of the topics. I'm going to try and keep it short. I'm Daniel. I'm the longest title of the world, chairperson of the board of directors of the Tauri program within the Commons Conservancy. I'll talk to you about this later if you're interested, but I'm also the CEO of a Maltese company working on things that help the Tauri community. What is Tauri? Tauri is an open source software toolkit that helps people make apps. It sounds kind of banal, it sounds boring, and to be honest with you, for a lot of people it is, because we're just happy when something works on our computers and our devices. And we took on this challenge 5 years ago because we weren't satisfied with the status quo. We weren't satisfied with how things were working. We were downloading 500 megabyte binaries that were shipping entire browsers for every single application. If you do the math and you're a very successful application, tens of millions of downloads a month at 500 megabytes, that doesn't seem like a lot, and most of us don't pay for the internet we use, but that does have a huge energetic impact. What this means for the planet is smaller is better. What we found out along the way, though, is that smaller makes things more secure and more performant. So it's a win-win-win. Now, who is using Tauri today? Tauri is number 95 on GitHub out of 25 million projects. Of course, that's just the beginning. I think as the third most popular Rust project on GitHub, second to Dino and Rust itself, it really shows that the ecosystem is behind us. If you know what NPM is, that's the Node Package Manager service run by GitHub as well these days. There's 100,000 downloads a week. Now, this doesn't mean that 100,000 people are downloading the project every week. What it does mean is that it's being used by machines for building Tauri projects, which is the interesting part. Being built by machines means that those machines are running somewhere, and one of our projects, well, not ours, a project from the community called Fig.io, was recently acquired by AWS. And unfortunately, by the time I had to deliver these slides, I didn't know that AWS also made a donation back to Tauri, the open source project, which, if you do the math, very clearly puts Tauri at TRL 9, which means it's acceptable for use in production in, I believe NASA and the European Commission use the same standards. So it's great. Other projects, such as Kino AI, are actually using AI to help filmmakers process the millions of megabytes of film that they're shooting, and it's being used in motion picture studios today. And also, industrial uses for R&D are great because it's really easy to set up, it's extremely performant, and because it's so lightweight, that performance doesn't color the nature of the things that you're inspecting. Tauri believes in security first. It's in our DNA. That's why we started it. We believed that securing the community as a first principle was the right path. And I think that, Rust itself is a great programming language, but where we really shine is we help people understand that building secure software means you have to have a security mindset. We offer secure defaults, we offer guardrails, but we also offer trapdoors. So people who know what they're doing can just use the full power of, well, not just Rust, any programming language can be incorporated into Tauri apps. But it's not enough to say it. I think that one of the messages I'm here to get across today is that security isn't something you trust. You verify it. And, that's what the program is about. The Tauri program is there to offer these kinds of organizational guardrails to make sure that we are doing what we say we're doing. We are accountable as a board of directors to the community, and in fact, the working group can take it into their own hands and say, you guys have to do things better. NLNet was essentially the saving grace of the project in Europe, I think. Without it, we probably couldn't have afforded to pay the engineers for the first audit. We're a very rare framework in the open source ecosystem. We audit ourselves. We don't put that onus on the individual developing teams to audit the things that they're doing. I mean, they should, but we felt that it was important from day one to do this. And I'm really glad we did. Radically Open Security, Melanie, thank you. By working together with you, we discovered dozens and dozens of flaws in our thinking, and the NLNet grant, the first one we got, actually helped us pay the engineers to fix the problems that Melanie's team found for us. And now, we're back together. Tauri 2.0 is coming out in Q1 of next year, and Radically Open Security is at it again. I think we're looking at something like 60 person days, And without the support from this amazing European Commission navigated through NLNet, we wouldn't have been able to make that claim. And this is where things get exciting. You know, once you start building tools, you want to build tools that build tools. And then we decided we're going to help a former project called Servo get back on its feet. If you know what Servo is, then that's great. If you don't, Servo was a project from Mozilla that was supposed to inform how to build a new web browser. COVID hit, they laid people off, the project sort of floundered, and it was still a great idea. And so today we're collaborating via a grant from NLNet and NGI together with Igalia to make sure that this work that was invested in open source doesn't get lost. This is kind of small, so I'm going to read this out. I think it's kind of important. You know, a lot of people have been asking us at Tauri, can we make browsers with Tauri? And due to this funding and research, we are able to say in 2024, you can build browsers with our tech. You can build them on top of what we've built. And actually, we're interested in supporting that in what we do. And you know, from the perspective of the future, because I like to think a couple years down the road, building applications that have a secure focus is important for every single aspect of all of our digital lives. So I just want to say thank you from the community, and
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. You know, all these stories really make the year for us and the team that work to support them. So now we'll hear from Marcus on decentralized identity infrastructure.
Hello, I'm Marcus Sabadello from Danube Tech. We are a company in Vienna, in Austria. And I would like to say thank you for the opportunity to be here and present our work, and also thank you in general to NGI for the support for our work. Our project is called Transatlantic SSI Interop, and SSI stands for Self-Sovereign Identity, or Decentralized Identity. This is a new way how digital identity works online when you're on the internet, when you're trying to log in, authenticate, prove something about you, but in a way that is that doesn't require you to log into Google or Facebook, but proving your digital identity in a way that is decentralized and privacy preserving. And at the time when we applied for the NGI grant, we were already involved in two projects which are trying to build this self-sovereign identity idea. In Europe, there's an initiative called EBSI by the Commission, European Blockchain Service Infrastructure, and that includes a sub-project called ESIF, European Self-Sovereign Identity Framework. So in Europe, we have been working, for example, with universities in different countries to issue digital diplomas to their students. So you can imagine, as a student of a European university, you can get a digital version of your university diploma into a piece of software, into a wallet, and then you can use that online. You can prove what you studied at which university. And this is decentralized and privacy preserving and still secure. That's the essence of self-sovereign identity. And at the same time, in the United States, we were also part of a program with the Department of Homeland Security. They are working on a digital version of the green card. So if you want to immigrate and live and work in the US, you need a green card, and they are also working using the same idea on building that. And we thought, shouldn't that be connected and interoperable, right? So we applied for an NGI Atlantic grant, which is specifically about partnerships between US and EU-based companies, together with an American partner called Digital Bazaar. And we developed these stories, these narratives, right? So we thought, what if a student who got a university degree in Europe then wants to move to the United States to live and work there, prove what they studied in Europe, and then maybe they accumulate more of their digital identity. Maybe they receive a a driver's license, maybe they receive an employment certificate or a COVID vaccination certificate, all these kinds of identity documents, you could add to your self-sovereign identity, and then maybe when you go back to Europe, you want to keep that and you want to still be able to use this digital identity about yourself. And that's what we built, basically, a demonstration how you can take so that keep these two ecosystems not separately and isolated, but connect different infrastructures. And of course, we didn't quite get to a point where this is actually possible today, so there's a lot more work to do. There are also not just technical aspects, but many political and governance and trust-related questions. But I think we were very successful in demonstrating how this could work and how digital identity, who you are online and how you present yourself and what others know about you and all of that shouldn't stop at borders, and it's really something global. And so since then, here's a screenshot, by the way, so something that we did. On the right side, you can see one of these digital wallets where you keep your digital identity, and you can see it has both a European diploma from an Austrian university and it has a permanent resident card from the US Department of Homeland Security using the same infrastructure in a compatible way. And so since then, several other initiatives have started that try to expand this idea, not just between US and Europe, but there's now the NGI Sargasso program, which is specifically about collaboration also with Canada. So you could do the same thing, receiving digital identity documents in Canada, use them in Europe and the other way around. Even within Europe, there are multiple infrastructures, right? There's a European system. Also, there's the EIDAS regulation and EU Digital Identity Wallet. There's a lot happening in Europe. But also within Europe, there are also other existing infrastructures. In Germany, for example, there's a network and an ecosystem called ID Union. So we also need interoperability between those and not have them separate. And just a few weeks ago, we also started a partnership with a company in South Korea, and we're also going to work with them on the same topic again, interoperability of digital identity between Korea and Europe. Earlier this year, I was also had the honor to get invited by the Commission to present our work in Zimbabwe at a conference called the Transform Africa Summit, so to also explore potential interoperability of digital identity with African partners. And out of time, but last sentence, I think, so to summarize, our objective is to show that digital identity, who you are, is not something that comes from one country, then that should stop at borders, but is something that is inherent to you as a person, right? I have two little daughters. They have 3 citizenships. They should not just associated with one place. And in a time of globalization, this self-sovereign identity concept is really something that aligns with who we are as human beings, and we're trying to reflect that in the digital world. Thank you. This is our contact information.
Thank you very much, Marcus. You know that we as policymakers are taking those ideas one step further, because the EPSI, the European Blockchain Service Infrastructure, is going to become, hopefully by the beginning of next year, an EDIC, which is a European Digital Infrastructure Consortium made up of 10 member states, as you know, a self-standing legal entity that will go into production after a while, and this will make, bring together and federate node infrastructures throughout all these member states, controlled by public authorities. So what you are thinking about the sharing of the digital identity indeed is going to become something very tangible for citizens very soon. Very good, thank you. So I'm sure you've got plenty of questions, and this you can have them answered this afternoon, because there is a workshop bringing together all the developers, and you'll be able to quiz them in detail. And these are just the first 5 batch of stories. We will going to have many more. You will be able to follow them in our website, and looking forward, we will review everything that we've done in these past 5 years and be able to tell you a very complete impact story about the NGI program. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Fabrizia. I'm actually going to invite them all our presenters from this session back on stage again for a quick photo op. Want to get Fabrizia, would you like to join your speakers as well? We'll just do it quickly before we move on to the plenary. Say open source. Thank you, well done. So we are now moving on to the plenary 4 panel. And this time we are talking about securing the open source frontier and navigating supply chain risks. As you heard, open source is everywhere. It's in every bit of digital infrastructure, products and services. But then once we start introducing even trusted third parties, that's where the uncertainty comes in. And so that's what we want to talk about. We're going to bring together experts in this panel in the area of software supply chain, open source, and the software industry in general to examine how everyone can work together to really ensure the integrity of the supply chain, beginning to end, collaborating within the open source community on all sorts of things like updates and patches and code audits. So to present this, I'm going to invite to the stage Mirko Presser, Associate Professor in Digital Technologies and Business Development at Aarhus University, and he will also tell you a bit more about what he's involved with the NGI project. Thank you very much, Mirko. So, joining Mirko to discuss this, we have Anthony Harrison, founder and director of APH10, who has been working with mission-critical software in different industries as well as open source communities, and most recently has been spending time working on and developing the processes and standards around the topic of software bill of material. Camille Moulin is consultant at Inno3, or to the power of 3, a niche consultancy dedicated to topics involving open approach of intellectual property. So that can be open source, digital commons, open science, and so on. And he works on legal compliance issues, open business models, and the focus is there on valuation of open intangible assets and sustainability. That's quite a title, Camille. Thank you very much. Philippe Aubedin is the co-founder of SPDX, a contributor to CycloneDX and creator of Package URL, all important software standards for the supply chain. Thank you very much. He's passionate about open source and is on a mission to make it easy to reuse open source code safely and efficiently. And last but not least, Melanie Reback is CEO and co-founder of Radically Open Security, the world's first not-for-profit computer security company and post-growth startup incubator non-profit ventures. She's also involved in the NGI 10 review project, offering security, auditing and pen testing to products. So thank you all so much. That was quite a lot to get through in a mouthful for all these speakers, but I'm sure it'll become clear where your areas of expertise are, so have a really great conversation. Mirko, I know we're over time, but let's see how many questions we get in, and we'll hopefully get to as many as possible. Remember to use Participy to send your questions to our audience, to our speakers.
Thank you very much, Jen. So I'm very happy that we have a panel on software supply chain, and it's an area that has intrigued me a lot recently, but I'm actually wondering why we only are talking about this now so openly. So is there actually a problem that we are addressing right now? Has this existed for a long time and we're just sort of uncovering it now that there's some additional challenges that have emerged? And I think to just get a little bit of information, Camille, I think I would like to start with you to talk to you about is there something different? Has this been a problem for a long time now in the industry?
Yeah, well, I think the problem has been there since the beginning. I mean, since we have a way to manage automatically a lot of dependencies. I mean, I think that has increased problems, and we had already a first strong alert with a hard bleed, and that created some reactions. And then most recently, we had a log4shell vulnerability that showed us that the reaction wasn't sufficient. So yeah, I think it has been there for a long time, and it needs a continued effort to tackle the problem, which is very deep.
So just coming back to the Heartbleed and other problem areas like this, is this bad code?
Well, no, it's not bad code. It's that you have a very small people involved in actually maintaining the code. I mean, it's used by millions of people and organizations, but people who actually do the work, which in the case of OpenSSL is quite tricky work because it's very technical. So it's hard to find contributors to it because yeah, it's very hard. I mean, and you don't get much out of it. So yeah, I mean, it's not bad code in itself. It's like every complex code, it needs to be maintained to evolve because it's interconnected. Like if you consider the problem with log4shell, it was because the maintainers had to deal with legacy features that they wanted to remove. But because you had a significant base of users who were still using these features, they had to maintain them, and that's extra work. And so that's why, I mean, you need to invest in maintaining, and also for the users to understand that if they don't follow the versions, I mean, they have to invest to maintain the legacy version or the legacy features that they still want to use.
So, Anthony, I think, I mean, you have a lot of experience in mission-critical software. You've worked in this area a lot of times. And we've delivered software to, you know, critical infrastructure for a long time. Has this been just neglected as a topic, or have we had issues in this area as well for many years and we just haven't talked about them?
I think a complex mission-critical system, by the nature they're complex, they're difficult, and they take a long time to build, and it's very difficult for people to understand. So we're thinking about healthcare systems, we're thinking about defense systems, we're thinking about energy systems. You don't buy them every week. Governments can't afford them every week. They take a long time to build, and it has a lot of people involved. And nobody can understand it. It's too complex. And it's got many players. And infrastructures are very difficult. You know, I'm aware of systems that are 30 years old still running our banking systems because it's too hard for them to change. Yeah. Because they're frightened to change. And the concern we have is there's a threat that someone's going to find that weak point. Everyone's got an Achilles heel. How can they find it? And are we making assumptions about our software being safe and secure? Trust the developer. He knows what he's doing. But as we find, I was just seeing, software's got more complex. There's more code than ever being used now. You know, some of it's been generated by machines, and you've no idea how that's been worked. And you know, we see things even last week? Sorry, Mirko. The Danish critical asset infrastructure was being reported about an attack, and you read the thing. It says it was one vulnerability that was detected, and someone, a state actor, I believe, was trying to find the weaknesses in some relatively new equipment, and the assumption was, well, it's new, so it must be working, it must be safe. Well, if we think if the new stuff is safe and secure, what about the old stuff? Because there's still a lot of old stuff out there as well. And the implications is it's not just security, it's also safety, because it's, you know, potential humans are at risk as well. So it's difficult.
So, Melanie, I think you're actually quite good to play into this now. So you work for Radically Open Security. It's a company that helps find security issues with software. So you do security audits, pen testing, and we just heard also from Tauri that you help them a lot with this. So what's your role in this? Do you just point out all the problems that are there, or how does it work when you are, auditing, for example, a software stack?
Yeah, so we provide a lot of audits for a lot of different kinds of organizations. We work with everything from Google, down to like sort of the one person, like civil society Iranian refugee who wants to put up a website and tell the truth about his experience, and everything in between. So, including small open source projects, including NGOs, all different kinds of things. What I notice is that the problems that are faced are really context dependent on who we're looking at. Obviously, the larger organizations have a lot of trouble understanding their attack surface. Because if you're looking at something like a national telco or a multinational corporation, they don't even know what their assets are, right? And also given the fact that certainly since the pandemic and all the work from home that we have, the boundaries of our network also are so fuzzy that, it sort of gives bring your own device a whole new meaning when basically your network is extending into people's homes, together with their family members. And of course we have zero trust models, but the complexity is really the problem. The same thing also applies, of course, to the software stacks that we're using, which extends into the software supply chains. They say statistically there's 16 bugs for every 1,000 lines of code. With all of those packages and dependencies and libraries and just compounded software, it is impossible to get it right. And the problem, of course, is that it's far easier to find one small problem you can use for attacking as opposed to the defender's job, who would have to shore up everything and create have the impossible task of making everything secure. Now, of course, for the small guys, you've got a completely different set of problems. Because, for the really small players, the problem is they're under-resourced. Oftentimes, they lack the knowledge. I've seen, from both small nonprofits to small open source projects to small SMEs as well, where they just oftentimes don't have an information security department. They can't, they're too small, they can't afford it. So we're sort of, first of all, assuming then that they even have an IT department, which is really easy to take for granted that they would, but if they're small enough, sometimes they don't. And then the question becomes, who are they outsourcing it to? And then, of course, some outsourcing parties are more capable than others. If you're using, I hate to say it, but sometimes cloud services are better arranged, even if it is Google and Amazon, than some of the, your cousin's uncle's neighbor's, server that they have set up somewhere who thinks they're going to do you a favor. I've seen software developers who basically create local forks of open source packages and who don't realize that they have to, patch things, in maintaining their own fork. And they have no clue until I get a call that, hey, we've got ransomware, come help us. And, this happens. There was a period where I was getting a call. We're not even an incident response company, and I was getting an incident response call probably once every 2 weeks just from our pen testing customers. So, this whole situation is getting out of hand. So anyway, but the point that I'm trying to make is, cloud services are fine, but that's also not within the threat model of some organizations. It's also not within the governance desires also for some organizations. And I think at the end of the day, really what we need to do is just look across that broad spectrum and make sure, first of all, that there are standardized solutions for the smaller players. So even if they are under-resourced themselves, at least they have some communal resources that they can call on. but then also for the larger players, ensuring that they too are contributing back to that ecosystem, because of course, you know, they're benefiting from all of our collective efforts also with producing open source, but they're oftentimes returning very little of that openness in return. So I think we need a multi-pronged approach. I also think that the European Commission is in a very excellent position to push back, to coordinate, and to do something about it. And certainly I think that any relevant initiatives need to happen in Europe, because I'm pretty sure they're not going to happen in the States. So.
Thank you, Melanie. So, thank you. So, Philippe, I think we can bounce off that a little bit. So you've been working on building software tools for the community for a long time. What is available to us right now that helps us actually navigate the supply chain?
Just before we start, why do we talk about supply chain today? The supply first, what it is. It's open source software. That's the package we create every day. The chain is the internet. And so I think we've built a fantastic food gun with the ability to move around very quickly open source software over the internet. Now, it's super easy to download and install that. It takes seconds. It takes also seconds to forget about them. And the tools we're trying to build is, you know, somehow reverse engineering what a software system or app is made of, unbaking the cake somehow. There's a lot of tools there. In the end, we're just trying very modestly for now to build inventories. So you know what are the parts that went to your car, what are the parts that went to your software. If you take a phone like that, there's between 5,000 and 7,000 of these, and nobody knows really where they're coming from most of the time.
So, I mean, there's you're the co-founder of SPDX, right?
Yes.
And there's something else that you've also been working with more recently, Cyclone DX.
Yes.
And these are now sort of the specific tools that we're talking about when we are talking about, you know, managing those components that we traditionally see in manufacturing. What comes out of something? What is your supply chain putting into your product? And I think we're talking about this term called software bill of materials, right?
Yes. Yes. So the idea there is to say we need to know what's the makeup of a software system when you have 5,000 of these. Where are the packages that come into it? Where they're coming from? And you have two competing standards, Cyclone DX and SPDX.
I think we're getting a little bit ahead of ourselves now. We've got a poll on Particify. Who knows what SBOMs are? Mm-hmm. And we have 17 answers so far. We take this as a statistical volume that we need for correctness. The majority doesn't know what it is, so I think we just quickly have Anthony maybe give a short clarification of it. So we have the poll up there, but if we could get the slide up now, that would be great. And you can just ask for the next slide if you're ready.
Okay, so picking up on what we had, you know, open food facts. You wondered what's in your food. So let's use an analogy of food to then try and describe what a software bill of materials are. So next slide, please. So if you buy a burger, do you know where the meat came from? You know how the bun was made, where the mayonnaise came from? Who made it? Do you trust them? So without a detailed understanding of what's gone into your food, you could have a reaction. Might not be a very nice reaction. Yes? That's an allergic reaction, which is why when you go to a restaurant you get, have you got any allergies? Next slide, please. So there's a supply chain for food, and I think we saw a bit of that with the Open Food Facts presentation earlier on. So do we know where they've come from, all the way down to those base ingredients? So mayonnaise has got a supply chain itself, like the eggs. And we also have different combinations of those. So my son doesn't like lettuce, so when he goes and gets a burger, he wants a burger without lettuce. So we need to look at all those different product variations. So for software, the ingredients of software are frameworks, libraries, other applications. Do we know where they came from? Do we know, like picking up what Philip is saying, do we know what we're actually using them? And Log4j demonstrated very clearly most people didn't realize they were using it because it was buried down in that supply chain, deeply down. So we need, if we don't understand that, the allergic reaction to software is potential vulnerability, which could lead to an exploit, a ransomware attack, etc. So really what we're doing is we are providing some machine-readable data that allows us to do an analysis and an assessment of how our software has been constructed.
Thank you, Anthony. So I think coming back now to you, Philippe, so we have some specific standards that help us actually create these software bill of materials to describe what we're actually using, what the ingredients are that make up our software, and where they come from. So you're working with 2 of those standards right now, right?
Yes, that's correct. Two different standards which are similar in essence formats to provide a list of software packages. And I'm also, it's actually a NGI funded project responsible for a small spec called package URL or Perl, which is a way to identify packages in these different software bill of materials. So when you talk about tomato, you also talk about tomato, and we all know the part numbers across the board. It's important because eventually it makes these standards less relevant. What matters is using the good ID across the board. And it's also used in CSAF, which is another standard for vulnerability reporting, sponsored in part by the German government, the BSI, but it's an international standard. And so in the end, what matters is trying to find a common language so we can efficiently detect and report what the software is made of. And it's a mess. Again, you're talking about 5,000 components in every phone, but every new version eventually means another 1,000 or 2,000 new package versions or entirely new packages.
But just knowing what software is there is probably not even sufficient. It's also the link to what vulnerabilities there are. So you have other connections to other databases at the same time.
Yeah, and knowing what the software is made of is as useful as having a list of parts for your car. That's very boring. What's interesting is what's the software license? Can I use it? Or is it okay with my policy for license? Does it have known bugs or vulnerabilities? And are they really serious or less serious? And eventually in the future, is the team that develops this software, the open source software packages, are they maintaining this? Do they have a sustainable process? Are they funded? All these kind of things matter because they eventually can become a risk in the software you use.
So, Melanie, I think do you come across a lot of S-bombs in the security audits that you're doing and this kind of work? Or is it all handcrafted that you be needing to do and you're dreaming about all of the S-bombs being available? And what is the information flow around this as well that you would require for a good security audit and pen test and so on?
My company's been operating about 10 years. Never once has a customer delivered an S-bomb to me. So, look, I think it was, like 2 years ago or something that Biden put out his executive order saying, thou shalt have S-bombs. And since then, there's been a world of confusion. I think in part because I think part of it is just complexity, of course. A lot of commercial companies, of course, suddenly say, hey, you know, Biden wants something. This is a commercial opportunity. So you start getting all different kinds of companies that are creating their own de facto standards, that are creating their own tooling, that are all looking at things in completely different ways. And we all know that the great thing about standards is that there's so many of them, right? So, you know, what this leads to is having a whole bunch of different SBOM tools, which are completely incompatible with one another. And then, you know, they're going to spit out completely different output. And then once you have the output, then the next question is, okay, great, what do we do with it? You know? I mean, they've also come up with other machine-readable standards like VIX, in which they can then like embed vulnerability information. That's great, but now you're placing the onus on the developers to know what their vulnerabilities are, right? You know, and certainly, you know, maybe some of the larger ones might be busy tracking, you know, CVEs that are relevant maybe to themselves and to their downstream or their upstream components, but certainly the small one-man shops who are working in an attic, like on a pittance, or worse yet, on a volunteer basis, you can't expect, you know, these people to, you know, I mean, let alone report the knowns, but certainly they can't report the unknowns. And coming back to the food analogy, I mean, even with ethical supply chains in our food, we can't even get it right either. Because, I mean, if you consider the struggle, for example, of the chocolate maker Tony Chocolonely, you know, and how they were trying to get, you know, child slave labor out of their supply chains, which they thought they were sort of doing, you know, by working with the fair trade until they actually went to the chocolate plantations and then said, oops, we didn't know about this. And I think this remains the essence of the problem. In order also to even report these problems and to handle these problems, you have to know about it first, which comes back to our same argument as before about complexity. And then beyond that, I mean, there are some open source tools that are being developed in the SBOM space, but let's, again, you know, direct some more funding also to this so we can at least start and get more larger open wheels that are available to everyone, as opposed to just having things splinter into lots of different proprietary wheels. Ultimately, as long as things aren't automated, this is going to remain a mess because people just manually cannot keep up with this, certainly not given the huge number of dependencies that exist. But you know, at least while we are developing the automated tooling for all of this, both on the creating the SBOM space as well as the processing and remediating space, you know, let's at least try and make sure that there's enough of an open source and open collaborative, you know, presence in this. It'll help, but it's still going to be a really long road.
Thank you, Melanie. We have a Particify up. Maybe you can put it also on the screen, where we're asking you about the use cases of SBOMs, so we get an overview as well from the audience, what you think about this. In the meantime, Philippe, if I may ask you about, I mean, we're talking about a global phenomenon here, right? I mean, there's no, there shouldn't be a US standard now because we have an executive order from there, and we're getting the CRA here also in Europe. We shouldn't have a European standard. It's a global dialogue that we need to have now about how we are describing the metadata around software, right?
Yeah. Eventually, this is becoming law, meaning bringing transparency to what is the makeup of your software and the inventory of packages is the law in the US, and it's becoming the law in Europe with the CRA, Cyber Resiliency Act. And yesterday evening, someone asked me during the cocktail, so what do you think about the CRA? And I said, 3 months ago, I would have thought this is the end of software. Both open source projects will escape Europe, and small software providers will just go out of business because the cost of doing business with the heightened demands for compliance would be too high. And now I think completely differently. First, there's no reason to fight because increasing the security posture of how we develop software is fundamentally a good thing. The CRA, in whatever shape will end up being into law, will have provisions for supporting open source projects and eventually small businesses. So I think we should instead embrace it. And today I think there's more opportunity using open source tools and open data for vulnerabilities. to actually help make compliance with these requirements easy for any kind of organization, open source project, and small business, easy and eventually cheap to free.
So, Camille, I would like to come back to you now, because I think, are SBOMs the solution to our supply chain issues, if we would call it this way? Or is there something that sits a little bit deeper in this context?
Yeah, I think it's really just necessary, but I mean, it's a good start. But having it, it's just really your starting point. And what is important is that what you do actually with this information. And first, it has to be good quality information. I mean, it has to have a higher signal-to-noise ratio, which is not necessarily the case because we have metadata quality issues extra. And then you have to be able to actually use those data to perform real actions, I mean, remediation, and to be able to perform real effective remediation. I mean, those data have to reach the relevant people. And so when it comes to security, I think generally it's rather properly handled. Well, I think so, I hope so. For legal question also, because people really feel, I mean, that the risk is nearly tangible. But I think that all those security problems, they are in a way symptoms and not really the cause, because if you have components that have a problem being maintained for different reasons, but often it's because they are underfunded, so that will create problem in the long term. And so I think it's really the key point to address, and it's a very difficult task to address it because the channels are not there in the companies. I mean, you don't have a sustainability officer. I mean, if you say, okay, I mean, we shouldn't fund this project, you don't have a contact person, an obvious one. So, yeah, I think so. SBOMs are really necessary, but we should first be able to have better data in them, and then we also have to find ways to act on them and not just say, okay, we have a SBOM, that's great.
So do we believe that, so let's stick to the point of the transparency actually. So if we say we can create a well-described SBOM for open source software, how would that actually work? That is maybe the first challenge that we're having, is that not everybody is willing to create that kind of information. Maybe Anthony, you can talk about that for a bit.
It's been quite interesting just listening to people's different experiences. Last week I was at a very small company, and I was delighted to see they were generating an SBOM out of using Yocto. They didn't know what to do with it, but they were generating it. They thought it was a good idea, which was really good. I think the one thing is that the data, the quality of the data, picking up what's been said by the other panelists, the quality of the data is not there. And as a community, I think we have a role to actually try and improve that. I'm being amazed at the number of ways that people specify the Apache 2 license, for example. There is a standard, the SPDX license list has a list of how your licenses should be specified. Can we start trying to be a bit more accurate? Because accuracy is going to help. The other thing is, the exec order in the US says generate an SBOM. That's all it said. It didn't say, and then what? But actually, the value is in actually people using the SBOMs. It's not just us generate and forget. It's to generate and use and decide and repeat. So you'll see the challenges on here. Yes, let's do a license check. Let's do a security check. Let's do other checks. And it's got to be continually as part of your development process. As your development moves forward, you're going to get more information. And actually, you need to be managing that information and responding to that information. So if it says you're using a license you didn't want to use, do something about it. Don't ignore it. So there's quite a lot of things. that we also need to think about S-bombs are not just about your products, it's how you build your products. So can you define what your tool chain was that built your product? Have an S-bomb for your tool chain. Because unfortunately there may be issues with the tool chain. And legislation is starting to say, have we got full control of your tool chain, not just the end result, how did you produce it? So there's a lot to go there. And there are tools, I'm starting to see some tools, some better than others. The exec order put a minimum standard that they would like to see in every S-bomb. Most people don't meet that. And I was on a tool that tries to check the validation of it, and I was getting we got a pull request that said, can you remove a check? Because I can't get it through my QA things, and I was delighted the QA had actually said that's a gate. That's where people want to get to. We're not there yet, but that's where we're going to get to.
So on the poll, we have a number of use cases for the S-bombs listed. So it's very clear. We already talked about licensing, licensing audits. That's a clear use case. We also have the security audits, which Melanie is working so heavily with as well. We also have this quality aspect that you just mentioned. So that's probably the hardest to define, right? In terms of the data that you put into this.
So I'm thinking about, I've written some tools, we can share them later, they're all open source. I've just started looking at things like copyright statements. Do you have consistency of copyright statements? So go back to the company I saw last week. They hadn't got any copyright statements. Well, that's IP. Businesses are generating IP. Are you protecting your IP? That was a really quick way of generating an S-bomb, generating a report, instantly you could see they've got a problem. And they could do something about it. So those are the sorts of things that, not very exciting, putting a comment in to say copyright Acme Inc., but actually it's quite an important thing for a business who wants to actually, protect their IP. We're all innovators here. We want to protect our innovations. So that's a very simple check that I see people could use S-bombs for.
So, Camille, I would like to come back to you. You mentioned earlier Heartbleed and Log4j, but there are also other issues that have come up in the, let's stick to the word supply chain, with, for instance, Faker.js and Color.js, as well as Pad Left, for example. I mean, these are not things that you would uncover in an S-bomb, right?
Yeah, exactly. That means that the problems that you have with your supply chain and the fact of calling it a supply chain in the context of open source is also a problem. We had a nice article was that I'm not your supplier, but so yeah, I don't know, everybody knows about the left pad. I mean the left pad incident. Okay, so basically it's just the maintainer of a very common package who was removed from NPM for trademark reasons, which he felt were not really legitimate. So he just said, okay, I mean, I will then remove all my packages. And that included leftpad, which was, 20 lines, something like that. But used everywhere. So it broke many systems. So the problem was, it caused other program to stop working, but it was not a security issue as such. It's, I would say, an economical or social issue. I mean, the fact of maintainers not being concerned also, enough, considered enough, I'm sorry, and so I think we should address also this dimension, that the problem is not only technical, that there is globally a strong imbalance between the maintainers and people who profit from their work. And the natural reflex global, to solve the problem related to the supply chain is to put even more burden on the maintainers. For instance, there was this idea of mandating two-factor authentication, which is technically a good thing, but that's just another small burden on the maintenance side. And so we have an example where that was really the straw that broke the camel's back. And so we had a maintainer on a popular package also said, okay, I'm done with it. Because yeah, it was not a strong constraint, but that was just one more constraint. And I think it's a good thing that it illustrates that we should not try to find solutions by asking even more from maintainers, because they are already given more than they receive. So I think everything is related, and you have technical issues, but we have also organizational issues at a more global level. And so legislation like the executive order about cybersecurity or the cyber resilience acts, they could be really great because they could improve this awareness of end users. But they could. Maybe this won't happen. And so, because there was this still huge problem with the Cyber Resilience Act, we paid less attention to what opportunity it could be to solve this solution of giving more recognitions, and so that means more funding also for maintainers.
So we also have one more poll, which is just basically asking you if you see yourself as a supplier. So if you're a software developer in the room or online, it would be nice to hear from yourself if you also identify actually part of the supply chain, or if you have other motivations to it. And in the meantime, I would like to ask Philippe, actually, is this a pull or a push? Is it now that the US government demands, of course, that the SBOMs are part of the package? But is there also something coming from the community where they would like to have more transparency in this context?
Well, we're eventually talking about compliance, and the letter F in compliance is for fun. So I don't think really it's a push, it's a pull, in a sense that compliance is really only effective when it's mandated. And you see it both in the US and Europe, it's going to become a mandate, and that's going to be the big driver. Now, the problem is there's venture capitalists, for instance, have recognized that it's a problem and an opportunity. They invested roughly $1.5 billion over the last 3 years in the space of software composition analysis at large. And remember, the supply part of supply chain, software supply chain, is really open source software. And so we have, on the one hand, a lot of greedy software-backed ventures which are trying to make security a proprietary topic. We need, as a community of open source developers, make the less fun compliance something which can be effective and is also a common good as opposed to a proprietary for-profit venture. The same way you don't put a tax on oxygen, you don't want to put a tax on security.
So I think that's very interesting, because it seems like a two-edged knife here. On one side, you can offer an immense amount of transparency of how software stacks are composed, how packages are composed, actually showing how much open software is available there. But at the same time, you also are, showing all of the attack surface that is available to the world. Melanie, do you have some experiences on this? Is there a pushback also from the community to actually showing what are the ingredients of your burger?
Oh, of course. Yeah, not everyone wants to show their flaws, but some of them do. At Radically Open Security, we allow people to do things like put their pen test reports online, to publish them openly. Some projects do, like Tauri, and a lot of them don't. There can be practical reasons for not publishing it if you have unpatched vulnerabilities, and occasionally, particularly with larger organizations, sometimes things can be so complex that they literally can't fix everything. And that might be a reason to either withhold or, better yet, sanitize the report to keep any still vulnerable stuff out of publication. That being said, of course, if you really want to show your accountability, you know, and that you're working on it. I think there's no better way than to publish your pen test reports online. But I'm biased, of course. But nonetheless, I still think, though, that we are putting far too much of an onus on small software developers. Because, first of all, I mean, just to pen test is not cheap, you know? And I can think also there's a whole lot of very small, you know, well, libraries with very, very small organizations behind them. And I'm sure they would absolutely love to pen test, but they just really can't afford it. You know, and it's also quite frequent enough that I have small projects, not NGI funded ones, but just like other ones that approach me, and you know, I like to help them stretch the shoestring with their budget, but you know, if you've only got like this much shoestring, you know, I mean, some of them literally, it's not that they don't want to get the testing, it's just literally that they can't afford it, and even at my lowest rates, you know, they still can't afford it. So it's just that's also a problem. You know, I mean, I think that's actually, you know, one of the great things about NGI, you know, by the way, that, you know, you are funding sufficiently scoped cybersecurity audits for open source projects. You know, it's not just benefiting Europe, but it's really benefiting everyone, you know. So in that sense, I think really what we're doing here in the European Commission, this is really pioneering. But it's more than just, you know, philanthropic, doing it because it's the nice, warm, fuzzy thing to do, but also just in terms of actual security and resiliency. This is also the single most meaningful thing we could be doing. The other thing also is that I think if we expect open source developers to accept the same kind of even legal responsibility of being a software maintainer, because I mean, if something goes wrong, it could be also that they have some legal liability also for this. I think we need to learn how to equip these kinds of nonprofit, oftentimes, you know, open source developers with the tools to get enough financial resources to be able to hire enough people to be able to take care of things properly. And I think this doesn't always mean grants. I mean, I think it's really great that NGI is, of course, providing funding for open source projects, but my personal conviction with these things is it's even better to have a business model, you know, because with subsidies, you receive it once, you spend it, and then it's gone, whereas if you actually develop some kind of a sustainable business model where you get customers, then you have recurring revenue over time. The only problem, though, is that most of the incubation programs that are available to said open source projects tend to be of the more like Silicon Valley, you know, ethos, which basically means that most of the time they're going to push these small projects towards venture capitalists, and that is the death of openness. You know, I come from the cybersecurity industry, and one of my pet peeves is the number of great open source projects that went either freemium or commercial. I mean, remember the days when like Nessus was completely open source, or Metasploit was completely open source, or like, you know, before Snort became SourceFire, or, you know, I can go on. But the problem is that even idealistic open source developers who are super like non-commercial, at a certain point, once either A, they get at a certain point euro signs in their eyes when they realize what they're sitting on, or B, they get involved with venture capitalists who at that point basically hijack the entire organization because they at that point have voting rights in the whole thing and can basically steer the direction the project is going in. DevOps, of course, has the same ailment. If you think about the number of DevOps projects that have gone freemium or alter their licenses to become more restrictive, this is a chronic systemic problem that we have within the open source industry. And, you know, I think personally that the EC should also be providing services also to these founders, especially the small founders, teaching them how to build non-commercial businesses so they can have reoccurring revenue. Because otherwise what the problem is, the moment that, you know, the NGI funding or the NLNet funding or the EU funding or the whatever, you know, dries up, then the project falls over. Either that or they go to a VC. So what I really also would urge the European Commission to do is to set up incubation programs, you know, for these open source projects that teach them a business model that teaches them how to bootstrap. that utilizes alternative governance structures, things like steward ownership, what we were discussing yesterday, remember, during the Digital Commons panel. A couple times for NGI Tetra, I actually stepped in to help guide and mentor some founders to teach them how to make non-profit, non-commercial businesses similar to radically open security. But we need more funding for this because as long as we continue either pushing them towards VCs or allowing the project to fall over because they're dependent on subsidies, we're going to continue having this vulnerability in our supply chains. And at the end of the day, technical issues are human issues, and oftentimes with the human issues, our human issues actually are economic issues. And it's part of the reason also why in recent years I've spent so much of my time looking into things like new economics and digital commons models and these kinds of things. We need to holistically sometimes take a step back, because if we're really considering right now what's happening, I think we were discussing in our call when we were preparing about burning platforms. And if you ask me what the real burning platform here is with all of supply chain security, excuse me, but it's capitalism. This is my opinion, but and I think we need to really understand that we're not going to have a free internet until we embrace new economic models as well. So,
thanks. So I'm also hyper aware of time now, so if we could put the poll up, and I think we're slowly moving into the closing statements. This was also pretty good statement here from you, Melanie, as well. I think, Philippe, if you wanted to respond to this as well, but...
Yeah, so just a word on transparency and where I think we need to go next. Each time you make vulnerability information, security information closed, you put a price on them. So there's a market today where you can buy vulnerabilities which are private so you can exploit them, and bad actors sell them, buy them. Also, rogue nation states do the same. If we make this data open and available for everyone, then you remove the price. And by removing the price, you could say, yeah, but anybody can use this and exploit that. Yes, but bad actors are much more sophisticated than we are anyway. So I would really make a call to action towards not only transparency, but more open data that we as a community can collect, because data about open source projects, code, should be open itself, whether it's origin, provenance, licensing, security. This data should be free in the first place. And I think it's the duty of us as a community and governments that can help fund these efforts. It's not funny, it's not super sexy, but it's essential to enable a free internet.
Thank you, Philippe. Maybe we move on to Camille. Do you want to contribute to a final statement here as well?
Well, I very much agree with the conclusion of Melanie, and I think that it's really a sustainability problem. And one way that I would see to solve it, would be to remove unnecessary intermediary, because you have, well, basically everybody uses open source, but people, they don't use it directly, and they don't have direct relation with maintainers, so they actually fund what they're using, but the funding doesn't reach the maintainers. And so that's what Henri Verdier was saying yesterday, and I very much agree with this part of removing unnecessary intermediary. And also, my last statement would be that we have also a more global problem of maintenance versus innovation. We all have a tendency to evaluate much more innovation because it's great. We like to have new things. But from a social point of view, global social point of view, maintenance is really key, and that makes that things keep on working. And so I think that the resolution of our supply chain problem is also part of this larger problem to evaluate.
Should there be an NGI maintenance?
Yes, that would be my suggestion.
So, Anthony, maybe we need to close off slowly.
So, I agree with everything my panelists have said. The one thing I would sort of love to know as an open source developer is who's using it. And actually making money out of it, because I'm not. So if we have the open data, can we have the open data from the closed community that's actually using it, because they should be contributing back? And we know that, you know, it's great to see what the Germans have done with the sovereign fund. Is every government doing that? Not yet. I've seen signs, and the UK, I don't think we're doing it yet. But actually, what about big tech? Because I think big tech are worried about releasing the SBOMs of their components, because then it's going to be very clear they're benefiting. So therefore, can we have everybody sharing the data? They don't want to do it because people's going to be on the phone, why are you using this vulnerable software? That's why they don't want you to do it. But actually, no, actually that should have a benefit where the community and the tech and the customers work together. Because that, I think, is where we really want to get. It's not just them and us, it's all together.
So, thank you very much to the panelists. I think we need to close it here now and just take a few questions from the audience. We have nothing online, so it's all in the room right now. So if there's somebody with a question, yep, so first come, first serve. I think there's a microphone coming from the back as well. Oh, thanks, Philippe.
Thanks a lot. I'm Marcus, and I'm developing Seppo.social. I don't agree on putting the burden on the customers or on the users. I think there is stakeholders that want security, and this includes state actors. So, for example, the EU wants a European market employed with secure software. What about the NGI maintenance program that just came up here, being set up, saying, well, we pay security audits to the auditors, and we pay the exact same amount of money to the maintainer to act on this audit afterwards. No other condition. Then the auditors can pick projects and audit them and offer to the maintainer, do you want this audit? Do you want to act on this? You have a certain amount of budget. And the maintainers could act and say, well, I'd like to have an audit. I have budget for the auditor.
So I think it already exists. I mean, the program already exists. NGI is funding, for instance, audit from radically open security for open source projects through NGI Zero. I've received one such audit from Melanie's team. And NGI and NLNet in particular is able to fund and did it, for instance, for Tauri, not only the security audit, but the maintenance work to actually apply the recommendations to raise the security posture overall. So yes, more of it, but it's already there in a way.
Yeah, well, no. Let me clarify this here. There is a lot of budget available for security audits right now. Go to NGI, talk to Michiel. He has money for you. Literally, like last year, we were not able to use up our entire budget because there were NGI projects that did not approach us. So there was unused budget for security audits last year.
Well,
so
it's very intimidating as an open source project to go through a security audit. I shall tell you, the first time.
Yeah, well, but look, I mean, we try to make it as non-intimidating as possible. We operate in chat rooms. We allow you to come in and interact with our pen testers while we're busy, so you can have nice chats with them. You can even help us out, so you can even take ownership in the process. So it doesn't have to be intimidating. It's not like we're going to be like, you're doing it wrong. I mean, it's, you know, if you help us with it, then it's more like, look, we put our brains together and look at all this great stuff we found and look at how much better we can make the software. So if you have any doubts at all about going through the pen testing process, if you think, oh, but I have to fix things first before I get the pen test, you're never going to fix it all. Just come to us early. Because the other thing also is, even if you think you're not ready for it, this is precisely the moment that you should be approaching us for the audit, because the less existing code you already have, the easier it is for you to rework it. Because remember, it's easier to have security by design than to attempt to refactor, you know, in the security as some kind of band-aid, you know, after the fact. So I would highly encourage all of you to take advantage of this security budget that's available, because it is here and it's not getting used. So please take advantage of it.
Do we all have one final question from the audience in the room? Yes, please. There's already a microphone.
I would like to hear your take on the fact that the European Commission has awarded a huge contract to Oracle lately. So your take as open source experts, how can that be, and what should happen to avoid this in future, or at least to get more open source in there?
I'm not sure. Can you repeat your question? I'm not sure I understood everything.
Okay, lately the European Commission awarded a huge contract to Oracle, to the Oracle Cloud Services. It's a 6-year contract. And I would just like to have your take as open source experts, how this can be, because all this conference is about open source and digital commons, and then still the European Commission gives contracts to US platforms. And I would like to know if you see if you have any suggestions how to avoid that in future, or how to bring open source software truly in the open and huge, to scale it also.
Yeah, so I don't know about this specific context and contract, but what Oracle sells is database technology and low-level technology, then business application and a lot of services. Being able to massively mobilize services at the scale of the needs of the European Commission or a government is difficult for any small business that provides open source software. When I say difficult, it's eventually impossible. The other thing also is that I really don't know what's the matter of the contract, but there is no business today for open source business applications. I think it's very difficult to have business applications which demand a lot of domain knowledge and are more about domain-specific knowledge than technology, are difficult to sustain themselves. And you see very few open source ERP, if any, that sustain themselves as true open source offerings, which is another problem. But that's sad otherwise, that this would not be money spent on European and, generally speaking, transnational open source technology, but that's what it is.
Maybe I can add something real quick. Look, the European Commission needs to understand that you are creating the market, you know, with your demand. When you create market demand, then vendors will jump in on the supply side to fill that gap. Procurement policies, social procurement, green procurement, open source procurement. You can solve this problem by, I mean, it's just like fair trade, right? You know, if a consumer purchases a fair trade product rather than, you know, a normal one, governments and also corporations have so much more money than consumers do. And you can sort of think of it as business-to-business fair trade. When you put that request into the market, you will create the market that you want to see. Because when you take that business away from the Big Four and away from the big tech, you know, in Silicon Valley, then it means you are rerouting organically that money to an ecosystem of open source vendors. And then that ecosystem will strengthen in a sustainable way and finance itself over the long term. So I hope that the European Commission also can take a leadership position also in examining your procurement policies and ensuring that we're creating the market that we want to see in the world.
I think on that note, we should also close. So the leadership function of public institutions, like for instance the European Commission, is very important. We see it in the NGI. We need to see it on the institutional level as well. And I wish we had another hour. We're already in negative time. So thank you very much to the panelists. Thank you to the audience, online and in the house, as well as the organizers, of course.
And thank you very much, Mirko, to you. If we could ask you to stand together, we'll get another family photograph, I think, for each panel. I don't want to delay everyone getting their coffee, but we'd like to get them together take advantage of the opportunity. So, great. Thank you very much. We'll all group together and say, open source. Okay, thank you very much. Now, we are running well behind time, and I know we had scheduled quite a long half-hour coffee break, but if we take 20 minutes, if we say, could we all be back here at 20 past 11? To those online, please rejoin us at 20 past 11 for our next discussion. Thank you, and have a good coffee break.
Test 1, 2, 3. That sounds like it works. I can hear myself. Test 1, 2, 3. My name is Jindis.
everyone could grab a seat. We are not starting at 10 past 11. We're running 20 minutes late. Apologies to those of you online who haven't been imbibing coffee, but we will try in a great deal of effort to get back on track for our rest of our agenda today. Now, we are kicking off with a panel discussion, a slightly shortened panel discussion, as we have a few fewer members than anticipated. But we're going to talk about decentralized social media and the Fediverse. This is Plenary 5. Thank you very much. So I'm going to moderate this because unfortunately our original moderator has fallen ill, but she has done most of the heavy lifting and planning for the event, so I feel I should acknowledge that. The next generation internet supports open, interoperable and decentralized and trust-based internet applications through several Fediverse projects. And the Fediverse, it consists of a set of open protocols and independent interoperable social media platforms to provide users with the sort of desirable experience that we really want to see. It's a challenge to encourage people to make the move, but we're going to talk about how do we do that, how do we get uptake, how do we design the background, the ecosystem behind what we want to see. So we're going to talk about that. We're going to talk about the underlying features. We're going to hear from experts who really are at the coal face of this. So please, we have 2 in person and 1 joining remote. I'd like to please welcome to the stage Renaud Chaput, who recently joined the Mastodon core team as a volunteer CTO to help the decentralized social network grow. Full stack developer, system administrator, all-round good guy. He's passionate about building and scaling the infrastructure of fast-moving projects and companies. We'll let you talk about Mastodon in just a minute. I'm sure many people already are familiar, but we'll do a short recap at the beginning. We also have here Koen de Jong, board member of the NLUG, that's the Dutch Association of Professional Unix and Linux Users. A man clearly on a mission there at high speed. Koen is also the founder of Pocolix, a company focused on delivering IT infrastructure. And last week they put live the NPO, the Dutch National Broadcasting Mastodon site, as many other sites as well, and you'll tell us a bit more about what you do. And also a warm welcome. Joining online is Toby Smethurst, former academic and now code-writing person who works on GoToSocial. And I'm sure Toby will tell us more about GoToSocial. Thank you very much, Toby. I hope you can see and hear us and be able to take fully part in the conversation. I know I'm going to ask you to tell us about GoToSocial as well, so I will stop now. Renaud, I'll begin with you. Tell us a bit about the Fediverse, tell us a bit about Mastodon. Give us a scene setter to start.
Sure. So, first, the Fediverse. What is the Fediverse? It's a network based on a protocol called ActivityPub, which is a protocol that has been written by members of the W3C a few years ago, and that defines how instances, servers can communicate together to form one unified and federated social network. So you already heard here about other projects that are members of the Fediverse, for example, PeerTube, which we heard about before. And all of these projects, when you create your account on an instance, you can then communicate and interact, reply, boost, and follow people from all other projects and instances that are part of the Fediverse. And Mastodon is one of these projects. It's probably the biggest Fediverse project there is. And it started 6 or 7 years ago as a clone of Twitter, built as an open source software around this federated protocol to provide an open and federated alternative to these big social networks. And since then, we grew a lot. I think last year we had a few 100,000 users. Now we are at more than 1.6 million users active monthly. That's a lot more accounts, inactive accounts. And they are hosted over more than 10,000 Mastodon instances that are run by various entities, either motivated individuals, but also co-ops, some non-profits, And even some companies, for example, Mozilla is working on their own instance that they will open to the public soon. And you also have corporate entities like Medium, the blogging and article and writing website. They open their own instance because they want to be part of the Fediverse. So as the Mastodon project, we create the Mastodon software. We hire few people last year to work full-time on the project, also on the official mobile applications, because we have a very strong focus point on user accessibility, and the Fediverse is often seen as something for tech people, or something for people who understand tech things and really want to go deep in it. But in our mission, we want to make it accessible to anybody, and so we put a lot of effort and money into creating mobile applications that are very high quality and very easy to use. So we do this, and we also host Mastodon.social, the biggest Mastodon instance, with a few 100,000 active users.
Well, thank you. Toby, same question to you, really. Tell us the story of Go2Social and how it intersects with the rest of the Fediverse.
Okay. Let's see, where to start. So Go2Social started in 2021. I started it as a hobby project initially, as a sort of experiment to see if you could run a sort of Mastodon compatible instance in a purely like back-end way, and just expose an API for clients to use. And then since that was kind of successful, we applied for funding via NLNet, so NGI 0 last year. We've been working on moving out of our alpha stage and towards the beta stage of development using NGI funding. So the basic sort of thesis of Go2Social, I suppose, is like allowing admins to run a Fediverse instance on like lower powered software. So we have lower system requirements than most other Fedi servers. So the goal is to enable people to run a Fediverse instance on like lower powered hardware that they have lying around in the house, or on very small instances, very small servers. And it's going quite well, I think. I like it.
Good, thank you. Koen, to bring you in, where do you intersect with all of this? It's from an infrastructure point of view.
So we host open source software since around 2000. And this is one of the very interesting developments now where you have a new product, something that is new for everybody, and you want to use it to show the power of open standards and open source. So what we've been doing since last year, we got in touch with the people that run Mastodon.nl, the largest Dutch language Mastodon instance. And they had a problem because they had a really small VPS somewhere, and then something happened in the US with Twitter, and a lot of people joined Mastodon.nl. So we helped them out in a weekend where they had like 5,000 users. We migrated all their servers to a larger setup, and then at the end of the weekend, they surpassed 10,000 users. So even after a few hours of downtime, the influx kept going. And since then, we thought, well, this is working way better. So I have to tell you that a few years ago, we had a diaspora server. And most people forgot about diaspora because it's not as nicely integrated into activity protocol. But that has a few hundred users, and nobody really got there. Then we got with Mastodon, and now all of a sudden you have sites that have a few thousand users. And this is where our expertise comes in. We run websites that have to scale and still perform, even if you have peaks of millions of users coming in a very short period of time. So we changed Mastodon, and we thought, hey, this is actually a good idea to have press outlets, and commercial entities also have their own Mastodon instance. So the whole Fediverse has a policy of no commercial outings, right? There's no advertising. which is really nice from a user perspective. But if you're an organization like a newspaper and you want to get out your message, you still want to put it out there. So now you have a challenge because all of a sudden you need your own server. You cannot just use big tech server and pay for it. Also, which is really nice, you cannot do micro-targeting on Mastodon. So if, for example, the European Union wants to prevent their own organization to use micro-targeting on their citizens, they should use a service like Mastodon or another Fediverse protocol where micro-targeting simply isn't possible. Yeah, it's a political statement, but I thought I'd just say it here. So what happened is we reached out to some of our clients. We host, for example, the Dutch Salvation Army and a newspaper called De Groene Amsterdammer, which is an Amsterdam-based independent media business. And we said, hey, maybe it's an idea if you run a Mastodon server. And they agreed. So we did that. So now we have like 6 or 7 different organizations that run their own Mastodon server, and our most recent accomplishment, which is not our accomplishment actually, but it's the whole community around Fediverse in the Netherlands, is that our Dutch broadcasting now has their own Mastodon server. And what's really nice about that is that the people that actually do the posting on this medium, they are so happy about it, because as opposed to Twitter and Instagram, there's no enormous threads of death threats, and you are a very awful person for posting this research documentary. No, instead of that, it's all positive, and that's really nice. So we try to expand this.
Oh, thank you. That's, as you say, that would be very nice to have a world free of internet death threats. We're going to take a question, a poll rather, from Particify. If you get your smartphones out again, you should be able to see. The question we've asked is, how familiar are you with the concept of decentralized social media or the Fediverse? I'm not sure if we can see the voting happening in real time. So far, 71% of you are familiar, and about 40% now. It's changing, okay, as you vote. I can't keep up with the speed of the voting, but the options are familiar, heard of it but don't know much, and not familiar. We have nobody saying they're not familiar. I think that might be sample bias, given that we're asking this group of people, but most people are familiar with it, and then some have heard of it and don't know much, but vast majority of people are familiar with it in this room, which makes our conversation easier, gentlemen.
Yeah, that means we're preaching to the choir.
Yes, it does rather. Let's look at poll number 2. Poll number 2 is more of a hands-on question. We're asking, have you ever experienced any decentralized social media platforms? Yes, and I still use it. Tried it, but not using it now, and never tried. That's a little bit more ambiguous in terms of the response. So everyone's heard of it, but not necessarily everyone is still using it, although more than half of those who've answered from our unrepresentative sample today have said that they are still using it. So that's holding it around 60%, a small number, 12% saying never tried it, and then the rest.
Oh, there's something interesting to note here.
Yes.
So even though you're not actively using a decentralized social media platform based on ActivityPub, you can still use it in the sense that all the sites are open. You don't have to log in to see the data like you have to recently happened with Facebook. You can only use it if you agree to give all your data away. But in the Fediverse, it's just open.
That's
so even though
true.
you're not using it, you might still use it.
Toby, please, you were going to join in.
Yeah, that's not strictly true, and also not necessarily a good thing, I would say.
Fair enough. Do you want to expand on that?
Yeah, sure. So if you use, let's see, a mainline Mastodon instance that doesn't have secure mode enabled, then it is true that people can scrape the API. Again, I'd argue that that's a bad thing. And secondly, there are lots of Fediverse softwares that don't expose API.
Thank you. Now, I'm going to rewind a little bit because we've jumped ahead, and I know, Koen, you'd already mentioned scale, but let's talk about long-term sustainability. Funding has come up as a big issue in many of our other panel discussions, and I'm sure this is no different. Arno, tell us about what sort of funding models and sources are used. Are they sufficient for long-term sustainability? What more is needed?
A lot more is needed. No, we are very, very lucky with the Mastodon project because, as Koen said before, last year something happened in November. Someone bought a website. A lot of people flew this website and are still now leaving it because of when you have a billionaire in charge and he tries to use it for political reasons, things go very bad very quickly. And so we have a large influx of users in Mastodon, and our users are really awesome because they make donations. We are running a Patreon campaign where more than 9,000 people are donating money every month to sustain the project. Many people are also donating money to their own instance because we write the software, we host the main instance, but there are also thousands of other instances that are usually kind of profitable if you accept the admin's time, which very often they volunteer, but it's all based on donation. We got a grant from NLNet 2 years ago to develop some specific features, but to be really honest, we are not very good at fundraising. It happened, people are giving us money, but we are noticing that it's not enough. We're starting to hire people full-time. We have a German non-profit. We are now paying salaries to people. And to get this sustainable, we can't just rely on one-time donation like we had before. We have a few corporate sponsors. It can be like, for example, Medium. They are hosting their own instance, but they are also sending us money to develop the software because they want to be, well, to help developing the software, even if they could use it for free. We have a few companies that want to have, it's basic, but their logo on our homepage, and some companies are ready to pay for it, but we never went really further. And now that we are starting to hire people to work full-time, we want to expand the fundraising, so we are discussing with a lot of people in the community on how to do it. We are learning also. I'm learning today. I'm quite new to the project, but I'm learning of all the opportunities that are being offered by NGI and other programs that we probably want to tap into. And we are also trying to create a sustainable ecosystem around Mastodon and the Fediverse because we are here for the long run. We want to make significant investment in user experience. We want to expand to less technical people. But what we saw is when you say to people, here is a social media website where you are in control, where the moderation is really happening, where you have, like you said, a very nice user experience, nice reply, nice behavior. We want to keep it, and people love it. And if people love a product, then they probably won't care giving a few euro a month, a few euro a year to use it. So we are also working on. We want to use money that's available, but we also want to be funded by our users because we feel that it's important to not depend on external entities, but also depend on our users. So we are exploring this a bit, but we are really needing money. As you say, I'm a volunteer CTO for now. I hope it will be just CTO at some point, and I will be able to get paid for the work. And we want to pay people for the work. And I think Toby will say the same thing. All of this money is allowing people to work on software. It does not just happen. It's a lot of months and years of development time behind all of this software. And so it needs money. And I hope we will be able all together to find a way to finance this in the long term.
Thank you. Well, I'm going to ask Toby about that. What strategies are you looking at, Toby, in terms of long-term sustainability or funding, and what are the challenges you face? I mean, are you even framing it in this way? Because I know a lot of people talk about a crowded marketplace, but that isn't really how the Fediverse operates. Tell us what you see as the challenges and how you're tackling them.
Sure. Let's see. Our primary sort of strategy, I suppose, is to stay very small. So we have me and one other full-time developer, and we have some people who work part-time as well. Our work is funded mostly by the NLNet, so NGI Zero funding that we got. And we also have a couple of crowdfunding initiatives, so similar to Mastodon has. I think our costs are probably a lot lower because we're not running flagship instances. So that helps us to avoid spending lots of money on hosting costs. So all of the money that we get can go towards, paying for groceries and that kind of thing. I think in future, we would like to be able to diversify our funding model a little bit so that we're getting money from more than one or two places, because it's always a risk if you, now we are able to fund for a year, but say we apply for funding next year and don't get it for whatever reason, then it would be nice to have some kind of backup. I think the alternative would be for us to get jobs and spend a lot less time working on the software, which would be a real shame. But yeah, primarily our focus, not just in terms of funding, but in terms of the software that we develop is to scale down and have as small a footprint as possible. So I think that that kind of carries into how we see our funding model.
I think the message is coming loud and clear. I mean, people need to eat. You cannot just rely on the goodness of volunteers all the time. I see a message online from an audience member saying, interesting that capitalism is seen as a problem. This is a good step. But is the energy, but that's still the energy that's pushing the .com norms. And who is funding the software infrastructure that's non-commercial?
Can I expand on that?
Yes, you can, Chris.
This is sort of the cue for me. But I think I have a solution both for the Mastodon and the Go2Social funding that is completely out of the box. And it starts with reiterating the fact that if you are not paying for the product, you are the product. So in the matter of governments and public instances spending money on Twitter and Instagram, are they the product? Well, you could wonder. But what could happen is that if politicians and public administrators take their responsibility, they would spend at least the amount of money on federated social media that they would spend on stuff like Twitter and Facebook and LinkedIn. And then, if you spend it on hosting all that stuff, you could put a percentage of the hosting fee to projects like Mastodon and Go2Social. So this is a business model, right? So in fact, I think that Toby said, we're not hosting flagship products. Well, I think you are, Toby, because your own Go2Social server is the flagship product. Because if Go2Social is a success, it means that you use it for personal use. And the smaller your instance is, the better flagship you have. It's like 100,000 flagship instances. So if we now create a product that's meant to be used by people for themselves, under their own domain name, we would probably rather host a Go2Social instance than we would a Mastodon server. But for something like the European Union or the European Commission, it makes a lot more sense to host a central Mastodon server, because the overhead of running that server is far less than running 20,000 different Go2Social servers for each department in the European Union. So my solution to funding would be two things. So one, if you are not paying for the product, you are the product. So we should make a product that's like a Go2Social for €1 a month. That's a fairly low price to have your own hosted place on the Fediverse. And at the same time, we should encourage politicians and public administrators to spend at least the amount of money they spend on Twitter and LinkedIn and Facebook on a Fediverse solution. So there, for example, there's now a pilot within Europe to run a Mastodon server. That should be continued. It's the only way to do real democratic social media in Europe. You cannot depend on the big tech companies. So if it were up to me, we would pass a law that it's forbidden for the European Union to extract themselves or express themselves on those big tech platforms, and you have to run it yourself.
I don't think that's going to prove terribly popular, Koen, to be quite honest with you. But Toby, I want to get your reaction to Koen's suggestions, but also I want to move the conversation on a little bit to talk about the core user groups and the user experience of the Fediverse. Tell us a bit about that, and also react to what Koen was saying, suggesting.
Oh, sorry, that's a bit of a mishmash. Yeah, I think these alternative funding models where a percentage or whatever of the funding that you pay to the hosters goes towards the software developers can be interesting as a supplemental thing. I'm not sure to what extent they could fund core development. I mean, I'd be curious to see that. I also worry about the undue influence that hosters would then have on the development of the software. Like, I think the feedback loop between people who host the software and people who develop is important. But if it becomes the case that the hosters are the primary ones paying for development, then they have a lot more say in what gets prioritized and what gets dropped. And I think that would probably become an issue after a while. But I'm not entirely sure.
That's speculation, I would say. So
well,
if you have a real good hoster, they would set the user first.
Well, it's also speculation to say that you would have a hoster who's good enough to do that, right? I mean, we're just spitballing about possibilities here now.
Yep. But why would you use a negative view on that? I would say, let's take the positive view on that, and then say, yeah, we can do that. So if we get like 100,000 go to social instances, and you would get 10 cents of every go to social instance every month, you could have a whole team of developers building go to social.
Yeah, to be honest, I don't really think any of us currently working on the project want a whole team of developers working on go to social. We have quite a nice way of working as it is, and we're willing to, you know, bring more people on board, but a whole team would be, I think, beyond anything that any of us are interested in doing. I think, in general, like when you're talking about Fediverse software, I think in general there's sort of an emphasis on like scaling it and, you know, getting more users and becoming a bigger team and becoming a company and blah, blah, blah. And I find that to be sort of reductive of what the value of independent software actually is. Like, it should be software that developers can also work on in a way that's like pleasant for them without having to sort of ape the financial and power structures of the companies that you're trying to move away from.
Yeah, I get that.
Yep.
So can I react on that shortly?
Well, I do want to bring Renaud in, but yes.
Yeah. So I think you're right that having software that's specifically targeted at developers using that in a nice way is really good. But if you really want to make a dent into social communication that's fair and honest, you need to have the majority of the people on a federated, open standards, open source system. And you cannot do that without scaling, because there's a few billion people in Europe, and you need to have them on fair and honest social networks. So it does have to fit. The software has to be able to do that. And for that you need teams and organizations.
Okay, to be glib in answer to your question about why I might want to take a negative view, I would say experience might be the answer. Yeah. Renaud, take us from what we're discussing now on to the next stage, which is the user experience.
Yes, that touches what I wanted to reply to both of you. Having hosters send some money upstream is very welcome, but we feel that you said if you are not paying, you are not the product, but then you also say that we need to have everybody to use decentralized social media in a compatible way. And I feel these goals are not aligned because you will always have people that will not pay or can't pay for various reasons. So that's why with Mastodon, we are trying to, and it's very nice because we discussed with Toby before, and we don't have the same goals, but we are all part of the Fediverse, and our user can interact with each other, and that's what makes the Fediverse very powerful. They have a view where they want to focus on developer happiness and stay small and support small instances. As Mastodon, and the vision from Eugene, Mastodon founder, is to bring it to the masses, is to have normal people, to have our parents, to have non-tech people around us use Mastodon and find the content they want. And we can't ask all of them to pay. Yes, it would be best, but we can't. So how do? We think we need to find models where companies will sponsor, companies will pay us for hosting Mastodon instance, will pay you for hosting their Mastodon instance. Company will just donate. There is so much money donated by big tech and wasted by big tech. So we want to be the Fediverse software with a very good user experience, very easy access, mobile applications that work and have the quality level that you expect from any big tech mobile application. And that's why most of our money at the moment is going to mobile development. We have one full-time freelance, but nearly full-time Android developers. 2 are working on iOS. We are working with a design agency, which is not something you see very often in open source. But we really feel that we need to have people who knows how to do very good user interfaces, very good onboarding. One on the project we will work next year is how to ensure that people find content they want to follow when they subscribe, because we are also running user testing, which is also something that many open source projects don't do. But we just put Mastodon in front of people who don't know about it and say, hey, it's like Twitter, create an account. We see how they react. We see what they try to do. A lot of them try to search, for example, for Taylor Swift. No, she does not have a Mastodon or Fediverse account, but that's what they want. They want to follow celebrities. They want to follow people they know about. And so how do we do a software that is able to take care of the need of these people? And that's a focus that's very opinionated, but that's what is driving us as Mastodon. And so to come back to the funding, we feel that we need to have a way for people who want to send us money, and then other people can benefit from the money that is pulled by all of those people who can afford to send us money. And we know it can work. A very good example of this is Wikipedia, which is free, but many people are donating. There is a strong team behind it. They have very strong values, and we know it can be done. Now, our challenge that is coming is how do we make it sustainable in the long term so we can focus on our goal of bringing it to as many users as possible, because we want everybody to be on federated social media.
Well, I'm speaking as one of these normies that you put us in a box.
We will create your account later.
Okay. Well, but tell me then, from this normal step back citizen viewpoint, non-developer, non-coder, what's my expectation of the user experience? What should it be? Is it based around trust? Is it based around authenticity? Where and what can I expect in terms of moderation?
Well, that's a very good question. And what we saw in our user testing is that users want to find content that they care about. They want to be informed about the world, about people that are sharing their hobbies, their center of interest, and so on. And they don't want to get lost. There is a saying in user testing where if a user is not able to see the value of your product in 1 minute, then they will leave and never come back. And we see that it's very, very true. So one of our focus is slowly switching to content, and we are trying to reach out to news organization, government, institution, and so on, and also, because they are part of what people are interested into, content creators, how can we get them on the Fediverse? How can we get, I don't know, YouTube, a very famous YouTuber, to get on PeerTube? Because if they're on PeerTube, then you can follow them from Mastodon, because it's all part of the Fediverse. So how do we move towards this? And a very important feedback we get is that, whoa, when I'm on Mastodon, I have maybe less content, it's harder to find, but it's much, much better quality. And the replies are much, much better quality. I don't have people coming at all of my posts with death threats, like you said, which are very unfortunate, but common on other social networks. You don't have a lot of bad replies, and it's all because built into ActivityPub and the Fediverse, there is moderation. As a hoster of one of the biggest Mastodon instances, we have a team of paid moderators who know how to moderate. We have policies. We have a lot of internal discussions about it, how to keep it friendly, how to keep it useful, how to keep it safe. And all of this is part of the software, but it's also part of the community, and we are learning every day about it, but we are trying to do it in the open, and that's a common critique of big tech social networks, is that moderation is very opaque. And also with Federated Social Network, your instance is responsible for your local moderation. You join an instance because you are confident with them keeping your data online, keeping your data private, but also that they will moderate things correctly. And two instances can have different moderation policies, different things they accept or they don't accept. Some instances only want to work with one language, for example. Some instances have strict policies. For example, some are about, I don't know, artists, are about a city, about a country, about a hobby. And they say, if you come to our instance, we want you to talk about this because that's the community you want. But then they are all federated. So you have these all small villages that have their own policies, their own moderation. That's usually, from our experience, very good and very reactive. But you can also follow people and interact with people elsewhere. And that's what makes it very strong, because our moderation is non-based on the wishes of a billionaire, of a very opaque organization, but it's really grounded into people that take care about the health of the network.
To name no names of any particular
I didn't say any names.
We've touched a nerve here, because suddenly, if we had no comments or questions, suddenly there's about 20 of them all dropped at once. So I'll try and acknowledge a few. Someone's asking, anyone got a parent or a grandparent on the Fediverse? Go-to social developer here. A small team helps us maintain a solid, unified vision and set of principles, and that vision is keeping user experience, safety and privacy first above all else. So that's a nice echoing what I think Toby was saying. Very good intervention from Kuhn. When will we ever have real European taxation of the big social media platforms instead of throwing public money away? We also have another person saying, that Dutch guy is totally right. That's the only future that's realistic. So a couple of thumbs up for you there, Kuhn. There's another question. Now that Facebook and Twitter have started offering paid plans, what's stopping Mastodon from doing the same? In a nutshell, keep it short.
We don't want to have paid plans because, as I said, it's nice for people to pay for things they use, and I really trust this, but also some people can't afford to pay for some things or can't just pay for something, so we don't want. I think some instances at some point will probably offer paid memberships, and that's a viable business model, but we don't want like Mastodon to be paid. But something we are working on is, for example, in our mobile application, we want to have a button where any user can say, yes, I want to support my instance, and I want to support the project, and I want to donate money. And so we are trying to think on good and privacy-friendly ways to funnel more money into the ecosystem and to have anybody who wants send some money. We don't want to have banners. We don't want to have pop-ups saying either you pay us quite a lot of money, or we use your data. But it will be based on a voluntary basis, and as I said, we know it can work because it works with Wikipedia and other projects.
That's actually not completely accurate, I think. Not to say that you're wrong, but if I were, let's say, a reasonably large country in Europe, say France, and I would want to host my own Mastodon server for the entire administration, I could get a paid support contract with Mastodon GmbH, and then the government would actually be paying a support contract to run Mastodon, even though the running itself would be completely the open source software. So that does sound like a good model. In fact, I think that this is something that should happen.
Well, we have a question actually asking, can you give examples of governments which host their own Fediverse?
Oh, and there is again, here's another flag for the Dutchies, I would say. So the Dutch government is actually running social.overheid.nl, which overheid is the Dutch word for government, I would say. And they have a pilot running now where they have their own Mastodon server. And for example, one of the things that's on that Mastodon server is traffic information. So if there's a traffic stop due to a broken down lorry or a broken down car, they put an image on it and say where it is. And when it's finished, they also again put the sign on it that the blockage has been stopped. And that's actually really useful information that we used to use on those closed platforms. And the nice thing is, I got personal feedback from the people that are doing that. They too say, hey, when we do this on X, we get all these complaints that we have to do a better job with the roads and stuff. And when we do it on the Fediverse, we get the positive replies like, oh, nice, good that you put it here. Is it solved almost? Oh, nice, yeah. So I can just go and visit my grandmother and use this other route, which is a whole new positive thing that I saw back in the day when Twitter just started. It's now getting back to Mastodon again.
I'm just trying to keep on top of some of these comments and questions that are coming in, and thank you all very much for those. Someone is saying that many projects are driven by people who are great developers, visionaries, but not great at fundraising. And how could we help people to connect to those potential funding sources? What additional help might be available? And also just another question there asking, how can NGI or others like this help with marketing the message? It might be a bit of a truism or a trope to say, oh, developers can't do public facing, but if there is support out there, why not grab it? Do any one of the panelists have experience about where they need more help or want more help?
First, put a Mastodon button on all of your corporate and institution website instead of a Twitter or whatever button you have. That will be a great first step. And it's not like, it's based on actual facts. Why did Twitter work so well? It's because people moved to Twitter, moved content to Twitter. You needed to be on Twitter to be aware of what's new, what's happening. And journalists are also needs to be aware of Mastodon. They need to be able, for example, to have official accounts of their publication on Mastodon because a lot of people want to learn news through social media nowadays. And it allows a big issue we are hearing from various publishers is that now if you don't pay on big tech social media, nobody sees your messages, or they only see your messages when you say things that are very controversial because they are shared a lot. And to keep ownership of what you say and your audience and so on, we feel that you really have interest to get into federated social media. And we are trying to reach out to various press organizations, official bodies, government, and say, what can we do to help you? Can we put you in touch with like hosting partners? Can you, you say support contract? We are very open to have support contract, to do consulting stuff. We are trying to reach out, but as I said, we are very small organization. We have 3 full-time employees. Mm-hmm. It's not much, and we don't have the money yet to hire people, but we want to hire people to do what we call outreach, to get more people and to help more people to come.
Toby, I presume you're not taking that same approach if, in your view, small is beautiful. What would be additional support you would like, or how do you view that?
To be honest, I'm not really sure I have much of an answer for that particular question.
Okay. No, absolutely. There's room for all voices here.
Well, I have a response to the original question.
Yep.
The best thing you can do is just use ActivityPub services and stop using Twitter and X and LinkedIn and all the other shit.
I knew that would get a round of applause because my tablet here is just full of people saying that, and from people possibly in the room on smartphones or possibly online saying, yes, let's drop X, let's drop Twitter, let's abandon it. So, noted. Let's just put it that way.
By the way, I see they're mentioning the BBC.
Yep.
So, Mastodon and the Fediverse is a place where the UK is still part of the European Union, because they are using a Mastodon server for the BBC. Like NPO, which is a really good idea.
Well, we've got too many questions to be able to get through because we're running late, and there's been a lot of them. A couple of people have said that we've had too much of a technical conversation going on here, and they want to hear why decentralized content and ownership of data is important, not the techie stuff about how we need to log in, which is fair enough. And also, someone else saying, why isn't social media treated like any other social good? It's basically become a powerful virtual town square, and as a social good, why shouldn't or couldn't the EU pay for it? I quite like that idea, but I think it's an uphill struggle to try and sell at the moment.
Is that not a rhetoric question?
It's, well, yeah. And then, of course, we've got really technical in the process, another person saying, why is this the priority to talk about? Surely we need to talk about why decentralized communications are essential in a proprietary monopoly platform world. So I've tried to touch on everything. I'm going to go for our final round from each of you. Feel free to give me what you think is most important about the Fediverse without going too techie.
Okay, shall I start?
Yeah.
So what's most important is that on the Fediverse, you can be who you are without moderation, without automatic algorithm-based getting pushed messages towards you that you don't select yourself. That's really important. The other important thing, I think, is you're in control of your own presence on the internet. And that's going back to how the internet was in the 90s, in the beginning of 2000, where everybody had their own space. And we need to get back to that, because that's real freedom. Non-techie enough?
Yes, but you have your own space, but you are able to interact with other people.
Exactly.
Something that is very bad at the moment is a fragmentation. I could run a poll. How many messaging applications do you have on your phone? And are you using with various groups of people? It's all because they don't interact with each other. The Fediverse is strong because that's a protocol that any software can implement, and I will say something that is very controversial with some people. I am very happy that Meta will be joining the Fediverse with their new Twitter alternative called Threads, which will be launching in Europe. I'm very happy because it will bring a lot of people that don't care about the Fediverse into the Fediverse without knowing that they are joining it. And we advocated for ActivityPub and federated social media for a long time, and it's a big win to see that a big tech sees that this is the future and this is the only way to go. And they are coming into the Fediverse because they feel there is no other solution for them to exist in the long term. And some people don't like it because that's big tech, but I feel like that it will help a lot to get more people on it, and those people who will join through a big tech will then be able to very easily move with their followers into a platform where they have more control about their data, and they can choose which platform they trust with their data and online presence without losing all their audience and all the people they care about.
And Toby, a final word from you. I'm not going to be prescriptive, but it's your last moment for this panel.
Sure. Well, I want to kind of address this idea that Mastodon is seen as being like nice, and you never get any death threats, and you know, moderation is lighter, blah blah blah. I think if you look at the current state of the Fediverse, you need to bear in mind that it's like a very bourgeois white space. So I think one of the reasons that people like want to hark back to that 90s era of internet is because that's a time when it was largely dominated by like white techie people, which is basically the state of Mastodon and the Fediverse currently. So I think saying that it's nice and that's the appeal of it, it's sort of a lie, really, because if you're not a white techie person, it is often not nice. It's often horrible, and I know lots of people who've been driven off the Fediverse by harassment from, you know, white supremacists and liberal, well-meaning white people. So it's worth bearing that in mind, I think. And I would also say, like, to come back to the point about threads, it's not intrinsically a bad thing for Meta to be using ActivityPub. It is an open protocol, and that's what it's designed for. I think one of the core advantages of the Fediverse is that people don't have to talk to threads if they don't want to. So I could defederate from threads from my instance, and I would never have to see them. So I think it's nice to be able to follow people from, you know, large corporate spaces if you want to, but the other nice thing is that you have the choice not to do that. And I think that's maybe what's been missing in this discussion a little bit. An emphasis on the fact that you make your own choices. Yeah, that's where I'd leave it off, I think. I'm again taking a bit of a pessimistic view on the whole thing, but I just want to inject a little bit of realism into this discussion here.
Thank you very much, Toby. And it's not just a Fediverse problem, of course. If you're not white, straight, male, and middle class, lots of parts of the world aren't very nice for you. But we've acknowledged that we need to do better. So I think everyone is in this community, I think, striving in that general direction. We're going to have to wrap it up there. Anthony, I saw you had your hands up. I know some people did want to ask questions, but we have a limited amount of time. And I should also remind people that there is a workshop this afternoon, hands-on ActivityPub software workshop for ex-Twitter users. That's going to be taking place in Room Galilei. So for people who want to talk more about this, get yourself to that workshop this afternoon. For now, I would just like a warm round of applause for all three of our panelists. Thank you, gentlemen. I will release you. You're free to go. What? No, I won't. Actually, sorry. We're going to have a photograph. Marvelous. Thank you very much. There is a question, if you want to check it out, on Particify, asking whether today's panel has enhanced your understanding of decentralized social media and the Fediverse. Please do vote on that, but we're just going to use that for background information because we're going to move on to our inspirational talk, how to build a quantum internet network ecosystem. And to tell us how to do that is Jesse Roberts, co-founder and director of Industry and Digital Infrastructure, the national lead at Quantum Networks, Quantum Delta NL. Thank you very much.
So welcome everyone. Thank you very much to be here, to be online. And we're starting with a couple of questions. And I don't know how that is working, but there are 3 questions that I prepared for today. This is not the right one, so let's wait for a couple of seconds. Yeah, nearly there, nearly there, nearly there. Inspirational talk, yes? Wait, nearly there. So I've made 3 questions to start off. And the questions are about what do you have already in mind when quantum is there? Because that's my talk. I give a short introduction what quantum is, what we're doing with quantum network technology, and what the future looks like, also connected to the digital infrastructure. So the first question, what pops in your mind if it comes to quantum technology? Strange, good question. Even the scientists don't know how it's happening. They know a lot of things, but still they see spooky things. That's also how they come back to me. Physics, indeed. IBM is working indeed very hard on quantum computers, but many others come back to it. So, interesting that there's not yet any internet there yet. But let's see. Okay, first good idea. Next question. No, this is the wrong. Are you quantum ready? Who is already quantum ready today? Full of quantum. Full of quantum, that's good to hear. Or you don't know. Interesting to see that some people are quantum ready. I like these persons, because there's still work to do. Next question. When do you expect quantum is ready, or when do you need to do something with it? Not yet, but I'll come back on it. So someone is knowing everything about cats. Yesterday, 2030, 2040. And they're all good, so there's nothing wrong. So let me move to my presentation, because then I'll give you a tour on what I'm doing today in the quantum domain. And now I need to push the right button on the clicker. Is the right one? No. Oh, wrong button probably. No, not entangled yet. Oh yeah, that's the good button. So, introduction slide. Normally if I go to a conference, and there are many quantum conferences, the first question that you have from your counterpart is, where did you study physics? And I did, because I'm not coming from the physics world. I studied electric engineering, and when I finished my study, I started immediately working in the internet industry. I started working at KPN, Ericsson, M6, to drive the internet infrastructure as we know today, to build up capacity, to translate old technology from transmitters on the towers into streaming facilities and everything around it. And at the time that I was working for M6, I heard something, a buzz around quantum internet. There was a professor in Delft, there is still a professor in Delft, Stephanie Wehner, that was working on quantum internet technology. And we got in touch, we got connections there, and she was really interested in the knowledge that I had from the existing quantum internet, of the existing digital infrastructure that could help her to drive the developments around quantum internet. So no, I don't have a physical background, I have a complete digital infrastructure background, and I dropped into the quantum world to see how can we make quantum technology applicable there. And I'm part of a national program, a national quantum initiative called Quantum Delta, where we have the goal to accelerate quantum technology in the Netherlands around quantum computing, sensing, and networking. And in my talk, I give a short introduction about quantum. No, I'm not going to deep dive into physics. I give you a high-level thing, what's happening on quantum. What is quantum network technology, quantum internet, and the impact on our digital infrastructure. And that is a small one. And if you have something about quantum, if there is a breakthrough, if there is a milestone, it's nearly always front page news. Time magazine, of other Wall Street Journal papers, and many others. If there's something happening in this domain, everybody is looking to what's happening at the moment. Also, in many countries in Europe, including by the European Commission, quantum is one of the key technologies that we're looking today. If there is a discussion at the moment going on about sovereignty, we have it quite often about materials, chips, but topics like photonics and quantums are top-notch at the moment if it comes to these types of technologies. And even if there is a breakthrough in smaller countries, like the Netherlands, where I'm coming from, even that reaches front-page news at the moment, because there is so much happening and there are so much things that they promise with quantum technology upcoming time. And if you go into a supermarket, you see these types of products. Washing machine balls built on quantum. Headphones, my son has one of it, with quantum on it. But I can tell you there's nothing about quantum on it. It's only marketing. And even in the glue that you're buying on the construction market, there's no quantum in it at all. But again, it's popular. But already years ago, Niels Bohr and Einstein were already philosophing about quantum technology. At that time, the fundamentals of the theories of quantum technology were already made. And two things are really important there. I assume that everybody in this room knows and online what a bit is. It's a 0 or a 1. The differentiation with a qubit is, a quantum bit is, that it can have a 0 and a 1. And that brings new possibilities. And also with quantum entanglement, where we have the possibility to synchronize two data sets on quantum technology on different locations without sending from A to B the complete data set. And with these mathematics, with these physics, that's the fundament of the quantum technology where we work on today in Europe and globally. And it's affecting many sectors. There are a lot of promises. There are many sectors looking to come back with concrete ideas, but if you look into the possibilities of quantum, with quantum computers, quantum networks, and quantum sensors, you can optimize a lot of things. Recipes for new medicines, break the internet, security levels, and many, many other topics. So there is a huge intention from many industries to see what the impact is of this technology. And again, Roche has a team at the moment in Switzerland that is working on quantum technology. How can they optimize their developments in the medicine domain or in the virus domain? South Korea Telecom is building a quantum network to protect their existing digital infrastructure for their end users. HSBC is working with quantum algorithms and the preparations of it. How can they work with quantum computers on the longer term to do fraud detection, or how they can improve their security? BMW is working with quantum algorithms on quantum computers to see how can they optimize and develop fuel cells. The Port of Los Angeles is working with a quantum computer to see how can they optimize the logistics. And the Port of Rotterdam is looking to quantum network technology to protect the exchange of data between different crucial locations, like the central office where they manage the traffic on water versus the pilots that goes to the boats. And is it mature? No. But it's now starting to learning, and people start to see what they're going to do with to develop the technology and make it on the longer term applicable there. And in many countries, like in the Netherlands, there are national initiatives to drive this development. In the Netherlands, we built a large program driven by the Quantum Delta entity to see how we can accelerate, and there's the CAT, catalyst programs around quantum computing, quantum networking, quantum sensing, but also looking, if we have the technology there, how can we deploy this further? How can we foster research and innovation? How can we build the ecosystem to spin out the technology into startups, into the industry, to see what kind of workforce of the futures do we need to build up, because we are knowing that the machines coming from ASML mainly designed from people with an academical background, but still we need to have the people with the screw drive to make it happen, and that also needs to be done in the quantum domain. And of course, not to forget, what is the impact of quantum technology on our society, on ethics, and not to forget on the discussions of sovereignty that we have today. These programs are not only in the Netherlands. We have similar programs in Germany, in France, in Canada. I just came back from Finland. They have also launched their program there to accelerate the developments. And now what are we doing in these programs? We're building new technology. We're developing different stacks to run the full system, from hardware to software to applications. And we're looking to build the ecosystem. How can we really drive new companies, new possibilities, and new solutions out of the technology that we're working on today? And there's a whole new industry coming up. In the questionnaire, someone pointed IBM. IBM, Google, and Microsoft are working on this technology, of course, in their own bubble. But there are new companies building up in Europe, in North America, and in Asia that are building end-to-end quantum computers. And there's a lot of components built, especially in different university cities, in Delft, in Munich, and other locations, that they deliver elements to build these large quantum computers. And these are new companies built from scratch. They started a couple of years ago with 3 or 4 persons, and nowadays there are 80, 90, 100 people at the moment. And this is a new industry that we're building up, for instance, in Europe. So that was the introduction. Still ready? Still connected? Still entangled? Like the qubits already? Moving up to quantum internet, because we are at the next generation internet domain forum. So I'd like to step in that direction. Quantum communication, why do we need this? Mainly to secure activities there, because that's the first potential application there. But also to secure cloud connectivity, for instance. In Delft and in Finland, they connected a quantum computer to the cloud that is protected by a quantum link, to be sure that data is protected into the quantum computer. Quantum computers will be small in the first place. Before we have doubled the size of qubits to accelerate on real algorithms, you need to bundle these quantum computers, and therefore you need quantum connections to build quantum clusters. And then you see new applications coming up in the clock synchronization domain, password identification, verification, and many other things in the security domain. Things that are interesting nowadays are hot topic at the existing digital infrastructure, as you know today, but quantum technology is focused on these topics with the technology that is built up. And then we're talking about 2 levels of quantum technology, quantum network technology that is out there. The first is mainly to connect quantum computers, processors, and we call it today the quantum internet. But yeah, what is the internet? As we also saw in the presentation before over in the plenary, we see the internet as connectivity, applications, servers, apps on your mobile phone. But if we're talking about quantum internet, we still talk about the fundamentals to connect on a physical layer with a fiber connection, these computers there. So we are not there yet, what the internet is today, but that's cool to say we are working on quantum internet today. But we have already some technologies coming out, this research of quantum network technology, where we can already do something today. And that's also the quantum key distribution technology. We can build up a dedicated link on the existing fiber infrastructure with quantum nodes that can exchange qubits from one to the other side and can transport keys on it that could be connected to encryptors on the existing classical infrastructure. And what will it bring? It will bring that you deliver keys from one to the other side that untappable or unbreakable. If something happens with the fiber that is distributing the qubits and the qubit detects that there is an intolerance in the fiber or that there is too much loss on it, then the qubit will never arrive. And you're also not able to copy it. So the key won't deliver it on the other side of the location, and that helps to protect the chain of the digital infrastructure. Maybe too technical, but maybe you've heard of post-quantum crypto. There are different technologies at the moment out there. Post-quantum crypto is a sort of new algorithm that you can put to protect your data layer. On top of the OSIM model, it's the top layers of that OSIM model. And it's useful and easy to implement, or between brackets, easy to implement on the existing infrastructure that we have today. If you look into quantum internet, quantum key distribution technology, it's protecting the full stack of a quantum internet. And that's the differentiation between the different technologies that we have out there. And they have different purposes. So post-quantum crypto also could help you to protect, for instance, your data on your bank card. This is not possible with quantum internet technology because you need to have a fiber connection or a satellite connection. What can you use it for? For instance, to protect the data to a base station of a mobile network. A mobile network that is, for instance, connected to a self-driving cars, because you want to be sure that the data is driven in that direction, is not taking off control of that car, because then probably some accidents will happen. But with these types of things, you can work with quantum technology and make it applicable. We did a large experiment with KPN, the telecom operator in the Netherlands, to see how that is working on the existing digital infrastructure as we have it today. KPN rolled out different fibers on the operational network. We put on the different systems there, and we protected video streams or IPTV streams of KPN with this technology. And we proved there also, we tried to do some hacking, that we could secure on the existing telecom fiber infrastructure. There are many more developments going on because I showed one technology that was called the so-called NGI QKD technology, but there are many versions of this technology at the moment deployed and built up in Europe. And at the moment, we are looking how can we bring these technologies together, make it connect to each other, but also how can we deploy it also in different industries? How can we protect with this technology data that is coming from a smart house or from a hospital? And these things we are building up on national level, but also in Europe, there are many developments going on in this domain. And different countries, also like the Netherlands, has the goal to build a national quantum network that could be used as sort of test bed to see how we can deploy applications on it and see how that is affecting digital infrastructure as we know it today. Quantum is a fundament for the digital infrastructure as we have it today. So quantum computers will be the fundament, for instance, for high-performance computers, supercomputers, but then it's also cloud computers, and quantum networks will be the fundament for communication as we know it today, and not to forget all the applications that we're going to build up there. And there's already a lot of happening in this domain. So when people will start in 2030, and what was the questionnaire when I started, you were too late. The White House in the US has directed, you need to work on quantum technology, and if you want to exchange data with me, you need to implement post-quantum crypto, because otherwise it's not secure. And that's the first step to make quantum technology applicable there. In DG Connect from the European Commission, they have also different programs to accelerate the supercomputer infrastructure in Europe, the Euro HPC activities there. And there, the European Commission, Euro HPC, awarded 6 locations in Europe to place a quantum computer there, connected to a supercomputer there, to build a fundament for executing algorithms and applications there. Lumi is one of the supercomputers in Finland, connected also to Czechia, and they have the Lumi Consortium, and they are one of the locations where they host one of these quantum computers acquired by the Euro HPC, a joint undertaking. And if you're going into the cloud, if you're working with AWS and you would like to set up a process flow there, you're able to put a quantum computer in your process flow already. Amazon is experimenting how could it work in the cloud, how can we make it applicable, and how can we make it open for end users close by. So there's a lot of things happening at the moment in this domain. So again, it's closer by than you think at the moment. Also, if you look into quantum network technology again, BT is building a ring of fibers at the moment around London, connecting key players and doing experience to see how can they build a business model for the end users and build a sort of service to trust the technology and trust data exchange with quantum technology. And Eurofiber in the Netherlands has a large testbed at the moment also running to see how that is working to connect different elements in their infrastructure to protect it and see how we can make it secure than it is today. And there's much more happening. In China, they have different links, maybe the largest link built up throughout the country. In the US, there's a network built up on quantum network technology between the NIST, which is the standardization organization in the US, the NASA, and many other players. And then NATO is trying to see how can they protect their information streams on sort of the battlefields and see how that needs to be implemented and what can they learn from it to do it on the longer term. So many topics in this domain are running at the moment and there's a lot of focus. We need to translate it more and more to our digital infrastructure as we know today, because I showed many things are happening. There are sort of splendid installation there, but can we protect the DNS infrastructure in our internet? There are keys between DNS servers that make the translation between the IP address and the URL. That's challenging. There are cyber security issues there, and keys protecting there, maybe we can do something with quantum technology to protect this. There are many discussions about the sea cable infrastructure as we know it today. Some not that well organized countries try to sneak in this infrastructure. Can we protect it with this technology? And quantum clocks, how can we be sure that our timing on the internet is right? Because we see that GPS is jammed at the moment. The topics that will be relevant on the longer term for the digital infrastructure as we know it and the internet infrastructure as we know it. In Europe, there are many developments at the moment going on. The European Commission has launched the QCI project to deploy quantum networks in Europe, and they have awarded 26 projects scattered over Europe. Nearly every country has one project to see how can they deploy a national quantum network there and to test and build up experience in this domain. But also, if the networks are there on national level, how can we bring it together and connect it to one European network? And then the next step, entanglement. Really make the data sets synchronized without transporting everything. And in Europe, there's a big project going on that's called the Quantum Internet Alliance. The goal to build the technology for the longer term on quantum technology. And that is seen as one of the most prestigious influential projects at the moment that we're working on in Europe. And it's not just a standalone project in a particular country, but there's a cooperation between many countries to drive this technology further as part of research projects in the Horizon domain. The goal is to build, in the end, a global quantum internet where we want to take a leadership role from Europe and not to wait on other continents that are going on and also working in this domain. So this is key for us to work on and to take attention to it, but also to learn from it, what can we do with it and how can we drive this further. And it's about building new technologies. Distances are challenging, so we need to build repeaters. We need to flip one qubit to another network. Therefore, we need quantum memories. All elements that we need to build from scratch with quantum technology and see how we can deploy this in the infrastructure as we know today. And then topics that are relevant also. Standardization, mainly driven from non-European players there. We need to organize in it, because if we have an internet there, how can we drive this standardization and how also can we ensure that it's affecting on the developments that we have in Europe. And not to forget the supply chain developments there. If we want quantum elements there, what is at the moment at risk? The FPGAs, for instance, the most complex chips that you want out there, there are only 1 or 2 suppliers there. And if we want to build a quantum internet there, we need to secure these developments in Europe and see that we can manage this also in the quantum domain. Yeah, overall, in a quick overview, there's a lot of things going on. There are many players at the moment working on it, from the academic world, from the university level, but also industry is hooking up at the moment. So summarized, the last slide, there's already a lot of things happening in the quantum domain. It started already years ago. Quantum is not far from your mind anymore, so be aware of it. It will impact the digital infrastructure on the longer term, so we need to take attention on it. New companies and new industries are stepping up at the moment, so there are new opportunities there, and we need to cooperate to make this happen. So hopefully I gave you an overview of what's happening in the quantum domain. That is not a far from your bed show anymore, and happy to interact where necessary.
Thank you very much, Jesse. I know I was hurrying you up there. You had to race through those last slides, but we know that lunch is waiting, so thank you. A couple of housekeeping words before we wrap up this formal part of the NGI Forum. This afternoon, there will be parallel workshops happening from 2 o'clock until 3 o'clock. You have hands-on activity pub software workshop for ex-Twitter users. That's in room Galilei. Reuse, simplifying licensing and copyright information for the NGI is room Darwin. The NGI Ecosystem, more than funding, how to be part of it, that is in room Einstein. Then there will be a short break and you will resume with a further 3 parallel workshops at 3:20, so 15:20. You've got ethics and NGI search, also in room Darwin. Digital identity and digital wallets, common ground, is in room Einstein. And meet the innovators behind the NGI Impact Stories that we heard earlier. That's in room Pasteur. So I've been asked to sum up before I hand over the formal closing to Piers. That is a tall order. That's a big challenge. Yesterday morning I said that the essence of the mission of the NGI was to reimagine and re-engineer the whole internet, and pretty much everyone in the room agreed that that was a big ask. There was general agreement on the desired outcomes, which is really a safer, more open internet that's more useful to all citizens and more respectful of everyone, no matter who they are. Roberto Viola then kicked off, highlighting the role NGI has to play and wants to play in the future technological transition of the internet. And there's no time to waste. As sci-fi author William Gibson said, the future's already here. It's just not very evenly distributed. So we can't afford to take our foot off the gas. There is going to be exponential growth in AI. It's coming. The quantum internet, as we just heard, is coming. And we need strong ethics and values to underpin our digital future. Henri Verdier introduced us to the idea of the digital commons, although I'm sure it wasn't an introduction for many of you, and underlined that the standards and protocols used to underpin it actually are homegrown here in Europe. So we do have a little bit of a head start. Doesn't mean everything works perfectly. The first panel discussion showed that there was a lot of talk about legacy financial and business sectors and their drawbacks. How to re-engineer or change those models was discussed. Regulation is one way, but there's also an idea that we might need to radically rethink some governance models. The success of ChatGPT didn't come overnight, and it takes a lot of funding and a lot of research, and there was a point that even digital commons needs marketing, which I quite liked. That was from an audience member, so I've stolen that comment. We then moved on to the question of users and digital identity, and what was clear from the questions and the debate was that the idea of identity is hugely contentious, but also absolutely fundamental. We talked about models like the European Digital Identity Regulation and got into some discussion about how we can drive these digital identities, who keeps them safe, how they can be private, what they're used for. But the idea was to shape a user-centric digital identity driven by a common set of values. And I think finding those common values is something that the discussion that's been happening over the last couple of days has been about. One clear message is that this NGI community deeply cares about this, and 80% of the projects don't get funding from anywhere else. So I think from a point of view of doing something, we can see some concrete discussions coming out of the NGI Forum. Europe needs to get back on the horse was something that someone said to me in a coffee break. As Roberto Viola emphasized at the outset, apathy is not an option, particularly when it comes to AI, which was discussed in the other panel. Looking at search, AI search results could distort reality. We heard there the example of asking what is the capital of Taiwan, and the answer might come back Beijing. And obviously that sort of misinformation is motivated politically, but there could be other motivations. There could be economic motivations or profit motivations at the expense of all else, including the truth. So the NGI community hasn't got those hidden agendas. It's transparent and wants to work hard to create a sense of community for everyone. So that is whether that's protecting privacy, improving traceability, or enhancing digital identities. Finally, transparency was also highlighted in our discussion about the open source supply chain. I liked Anthony's opening up the burger to show us how it's made, which may have put some of you off your lunch, but hopefully that's not going to stay with you once you go outside. It viscerally demonstrated the limits of our knowledge in supply chain. Doesn't mean we really shouldn't keep trying. And that is a red thread that I took from the 2 days, was that open source, we need more open source, we need more Europe, we need more languages, we need more involvement and more NGI, and hopefully the funding will move the needle in the right direction to deliver the sort of digital future that at least all of us in the room and hopefully everyone online wants to see. That's one that's inclusive, useful, and reliable. So thank you all very much for all your input. I'm going to hand over the floor now to my glamorous assistant, Pierce O'Donoghue, the Director of Future Networks and DG Connect in the European Commission, who will encapsulate everything and send you on your way very happily. Thank you, Pierce.
And no, I'm not going to encapsulate anything because you've already done a great job in doing that. So thank you for that great summary. And thank you, Jennifer, also for your great moderatorship throughout the 2 days, which has been very helpful, very efficient, but also very insightful. But I do want to just maybe add a few messages from the perspective of the Commission. And you heard already my boss at the opening yesterday morning, Roberto Viola, who set out what is our vision for NGI as a human-centric internet. And that integrates several technologies, and the list of technologies never stops. It's AI that complements our cognitive capacity, extended reality that enriches our digital experience, sensors that multiply our perception, multilingual support for inclusiveness, and of course the infrastructures for computing and storage, including cloud, HPC, and now, we've just heard, quantum. So in pursuit of that vision, first of all, just a little bit of publicity. I'm happy to announce a few new NGI projects which show how we are continuing the work with you, the community. We have the 27 million euro Commons, NGI Commons Fund, and that's being awarded to a 15-strong consortium led by our friends in the NLNet Foundation. And that's a research and innovation action that will fund projects advancing a human-centric internet through cascading grants, ensuring continuity with the successful projects that we've had in the past. But it will also significantly extend towards important policy issues, such as sustainability, which still doesn't get enough discussion, I think, in this environment, but also security and, of course, to increase community involvement. And that's probably one of the biggest bottom-up investments ever for developing new internet technologies. I stress bottom-up. We also have 4 pilots that will address strategic topics using NGI incubated technologies: central bank digital currencies, scaling Fediverse deployment with service providers, open mobile device technologies, and development in local communities. Again, an essential component of NGI that we don't see elsewhere. There's also an intrinsic international dimension in NGI, which we've already been working on for some time, because developing countries, they can access, adapt, and deploy all of the knowledge that's generated at no cost to their benefit. Of course, we hope in the future that they will become equal partners and will be able to feed into the process with their knowledge and learning. We also, of course, do focus on the USA as a major player in the internet. And we have this new project, which is NGI Transoceanic, which will especially address joint research with the US in terms of cooperation, working particularly with the scientists in the National Science Foundation. But as I've given those latest examples, therein ends the publicity. I do want to reflect briefly on the NGI program itself, as a funding program, as we celebrate its 5th year of operation. Overall, as you've heard, NGI has funded over 1,000 projects that address the internet stack from server and the client side. You've heard about some of the latest ones this morning. They continue. But they are instrumental in changing the course of the internet to align with the values and principles that are shared in Europe and that are at the core of all of our policy, regulatory, and research and innovation activities. Obviously and significantly, NGI has mobilized an ecosystem of hundreds of incredibly talented contributors. And for more than 80% of them, they have never had access to EU funding previously or through other means. So that means it's very much a unique developer community whose work is aligned with our shared digital principles and values. So I'm describing you, but one challenge that we all face, and I leave you with this thought as well, is how do we present NGI beyond this community of true believers to those who still need to be informed but also co-opted into the work that we're doing on NGI and our key themes. From a policymaker's perspective, obviously, I can come to that, but first, what is the fundamental aspect of NGI? Roberto Viola spoke about it yesterday. It's been a theme here and every NGI meeting, is that they are open source projects, meaning that all knowledge created is accessible and reusable by everyone. That is one key feature of NGI, which of course we are committed to, which we are proud of, but which we must continue to promote in a rather busy world. And as I said, there is also the policymaker's perspective, not only with regard to open source, but it's also in relation to the agility of NGI. We saw that, as Roberto said yesterday, in relation to the COVID period, in relation particularly to the apps that became common usage, not just in Europe, but for citizens in over 100 countries. But is that NGI more generally is agile in identifying emerging topics, and we saw that this morning in relation to the Fediverse, but also then to funding, channeling money to individuals and small groups of innovators who can actually address these challenges. And that's why the process, which it is, of cascading funding is so important, and which also in many ways, again, distinguishes NGI from other platforms that we use, so that the topics can be introduced and addressed rapidly. Then, of course, there is the feature of trust and sovereignty. It's essential to acknowledge that that is one of the things that NGI is supporting and addressing through the open source projects that do actually directly impact on trust and sovereignty. Trust, anyone can transparently check the code, perform audits, and of course identify potential lock-ins. And sovereignty, which is increasingly important for us as policymakers, because anyone can modify the code and run it under their own rules. So you do not have that lock-in. There's no central control in development or in operation. So these are key features of how NGI will continue to work, that you will continue to contribute to. And then when we think about the theme of this particular forum, this particular conference, Digital Commons, obviously the projects of NGI, those that have now delivered, are delivering, or that we've just announced, they fit into that category of Digital Commons. It's a policy that's got a lot of attention. It was presented to you yesterday, and I'm very grateful, by the way, to the work done by Henri Verdier, who really helped to push that, to unlock it, but also to raise awareness and understanding among governments in the European Union, which is quite essential if we are actually to mainstream the work that we're doing. Obviously, the key idea of instilling elements of public top-down policies, but incorporating it with the trust agendas coming from the grassroots, the bottom-up communities, which NGI harnesses. That is obviously innovative, welcome, and unique. Obviously, we need for that specific instruments, and we need to be able to find the balance between the drive and the independence of these makers of the digital commons. But the recognition of its value, that's already been done by ministers in the European Council, and the set of proposed actions will engage the member states further, means greater support, but also a recognition that space has to be made in public policy for the digital commons if Europe is to benefit. And to help that further, we are announcing funding another project starting on the 1st of January, which will focus on the development of commons policy. So that is another step in the right direction. And talking about steps in the next direction, and looking forward, obviously there's been a lot said about AI, extended reality, IoT, but also multilingual technologies. They're all fundaments for virtual worlds. And the internet also is something, even though it's old compared to some of these new exciting labels, it is nevertheless the essential engine for delivery of so much of these technologies. So what we do see is an evolution in the internet. We see it moving from a network of networks or an interconnection of networks to a network of virtual worlds, an interconnection of virtual worlds, and of course the associated digital resources. Hence, digital commons will increasingly feature as part of what we are doing in NGI, but also virtual worlds will be a key focus for so much of what you are doing. And that new internet is made up of various building blocks, but where some of the common principles will remain, trust and security, of course, being among them, and openness. So that the challenges of the virtual worlds you will see be at the heart of some of the programs that we will be working on in the future. And that is not a challenge to you. I am confident that in fact you have been working on elements and components of the virtual worlds long before we tried to brand it or even rebrand it from a large commercial operator. So you've already been there. You were there before we actually came into this space, and it's very important the work that you have done, which is the foundations for this policy. So NGI is adaptable. Looking forward, it has the characteristics that make it very suitable for addressing the challenges. And you also have an excellent track record, particularly the agile implementation, as I've said, but also the fact that it gives rise to community-governed developments. It prevents lock-in. We have nothing against proprietary technologies, But what we do need to see is that we do develop and promote open technologies, which often don't have the same commercial impetus or payback in the early years, but which will ultimately be equally, if not more valuable for the economy and for society as a whole. So that's why we will continue to have a mix of bottom-up projects and piloting solutions. And I want you all to be involved in them. As I said also, we have a challenge to speak to the unconverted, to the non-believers or those who are not yet the true believers, and that is something which we have to do together also as this community. So I really count on the communities under NGI to continue to shape the next internet, but also to shape the political and regulatory thinking that is so important. Thank you for your commitment, and let's get on with the work. Thank you.
I guess some are still, please drink your coffee with us, take your food with us. My name is Monique Calisti. I'm the CEO of Martel Innovate, and I'm also the director of the Next Generation Internet Outreach Office. This office is in charge of community building and communication within the NGI ecosystem. And I hope you have enjoyed this event, because we really put a lot of passion and a lot of energy in organizing it. So even though there was no official mention, thanks a lot to the NGI Outreach Office. So today we start with giving you a little bit of an overview of what this ecosystem is and how this ecosystem can offer opportunities that go beyond funding. I don't know if you can already put the slides so that I can move with the slides. Here we go. Essentially, for me, what is important is that in case you are not familiar or in case you are already an insider, at the end of the day, you have a few takeaways about what kind of value this ecosystem and to belong to these ecosystems can mean to you and your organization. As you know, there's a whole community. You have met some of them. You have met some innovators. You have met some policymakers, some researchers, some academics that have come here and that are working on several topics. We are working, it's a community of researchers and innovators that are working really to restore the internet to what it was meant to be, which means an open, free, accessible, secure, interoperable, and privacy preserving by design. Preserving privacy by design. So it's a community of communities, really, because you will find different scientists, different organizations working on different topics. You have heard across these 2 days that we have reached more than 1,000 NGI solutions, NGI technology building blocks registered and now available also for you to have a look if there's something that you can use. On the NGI Innovator database, it's available via the NGI.eu portal. I think this is a unique opportunity to identify what kind of open source technologies and building blocks of different nature can possibly be adopted by your organization, or how you could eventually contribute to them and extend them. Now, as you might know, there are 2 types of projects running essentially. Well, there will be 3 very soon. So traditionally in the NGI we had some research and innovation actions that are the projects, the big so-called NGI intermediaries that provide via cascade funding some funding to third-party researchers and innovators to work on their research agenda. Then we have coordination and support actions that are instead working across the community to support them in various activities, including communication, events, community building, and you name it. Soon, as you have heard also from the announcements from peers closing the NGI Forum 2023, there will be also some innovation actions that are projects that are getting closer to the market, that are supposed to promote adoption and final development of NGI solutions for adoption into the market. I see here there's a couple of people that are in these new projects. Now, here you can see in this time frame, 2022-2025, these are the projects that are currently ongoing. From this slide, we will have to create a new one in a couple of months, because some of the new projects will start, I think, already in December. But between December and January, we will have a new block. And these projects have organized overall, or they will organize in this period, more than 30 open calls, meaning there will be many funding opportunities for you and your organization to possibly grab your opportunity. Of course, some of these projects have a different kind of way of offering this funding. So, for instance, some of these projects have a continuous modality, so you can submit your proposals at any time. But you can find more information, again, on the NGI.eu portal, because we have a dedicated corner to that. Now, here, I guess something has got wrong. Anyway, about the coordination and support action, I talked to you about the NGI about the NGI Outreach Office, which helps projects, but it also helps the European Commission with community building, events, promotion of the NGI. And this is done via a core of partners that are together and that work also with the others across several channels. We have monthly conference calls, and I will tell you a little bit more about this in a second. The NGI Enrichers is another coordination and support action that promotes international cooperation, in particular reinforcing the EU-US and EU-Canada cooperation in the area of next generation internet. You might have heard some of the presentations. There were several people from NGI Enrichers. Again, here I recommend you to go on the website and check what are the opportunities that are offered here in terms of promoting collaboration. Now, let me give you a little bit of an insight view into the NGI solutions catalog. So I mentioned before, now I think we have 1,035 or something like this solutions. And I wanted to give you a little bit of a breakdown, of an overview of how they have been classified or how they have recommended themselves to be classified. We have about 60, 59 that are in data and machine learning. Then we have services and applications. So you have heard in these days about several of them. We have been using, and we are using CryptPad, Big Blue Button, that are all open source tools and initiatives that have been also financed by the NGI. Then we have some others that are more around middleware and identity, DNS authorization, authentication. We have about 60. We have many about decentralized solution. Okay, it's very generic, so you can say, oh, it's easy. But there's quite a few in the area of distributed ledger and blockchains, more than 200. Then we have several at the level of operating system, firmware, and virtualization. We have some blocks, because you can imagine that it's like a big box of the Legos, right? And you go and you look for the piece that might serve the best to you, to your organization, and you can also contribute, because all of them are open source. Then you have some that are more focusing on software engineering, protocols, interoperability, and also cryptography. You have some others that are focusing more on everything that goes along with monitoring, measuring, and analyzing performances in the internet, in the network, and also monitor abuses. So, as you can see, this catalog is rather rich. Of course, we are looking forward to grow this catalog with the new innovations that will come, and possibly with your new technology components. I mentioned before, open calls. This is a peculiar characteristic of the NGI. Funding is distributed on a regular basis to third-party innovators and researchers. Here there are some specific ones that are being opened between now and December, but as I said, NGI Zero has a different modality of providing funding, which is a continuous open call modality. So any point in time you can submit your proposals. Now, with the new ones, of course, there has been a big research and innovation action that has been announced, big in terms of budget, 27 million, I think, 25, 27. million euros that will be distributed across the next years for more research and innovation. So I think it's a unique opportunity, and it's very important to grab this opportunity. We also have a community, an online platform, community.ngi.eu, that allows you to meet also other innovators, other SMEs, startups that are working in the NGI or in related areas. I invite you to connect and animate, contribute to this community. Now, the way my colleague unfortunately is sick, so I'm taking over this part. So what is the NGI Communication Task Force? So all the projects that are running in the NGI have some representatives that are dedicated to communication and dissemination. And typically we meet with them every month online, and we try to coordinate and align with them on the main activities that concern the whole community, like organization of this event. In fact, the various plenary sessions were moderated and also organized in collaboration with the ongoing NGI projects. This task force also helps your new projects, in case you have a project that will start soon, to brand your project in a consistent way with the guidelines of the NGI, but also to have at your disposal the communication channels that we are handling, that we are managing on behalf of the whole community. I mentioned before we're trying to use, we're trying to walk the talk, so we are using CryptPad and Big Blue Button, and we try to put together the agenda collectively, so if one project comes up with an item for discussion, we will take care of that. Now, the idea was, when NGI was launched, actually 5 years from the first RIAS funding, but actually the NGI was launched early on. The first announcement was done in November 2016 in Bratislava during an ICT event. And back then, I was running the very first NGI project called Hub for NGI, and the first task we had was to rebrand the NGI. So we worked together on the branding of NGI, making sure that the guidelines were adopted by everyone so that we act as one. Even though we have multiple projects with different partners, we try to have a consistent way of presenting and promoting the NGI so that there is a visible, recognizable identity across different communities. As I mentioned before, we have been using, and we are still using, a number of devil social media channels. Of course, we would like to have the possibility to do much more on alternatives, so we're considering PeerTube for videos. Yay! We're considering, well, we already contribute to the Mastodon channel that the European Commission is running. So we're trying to get better even there, and I'm sure we can do much more. The website is actually at your disposal. So the website is a place where you will find blogs, news, stories. They all concern you. They all concern the work that is done in the community. Of course, sometimes we also voice policymakers or experts that are external to the community, but the idea is very much to become, you know, the way you can present yourself towards the outside world. And in doing so, we also try to make sure that we have newsletters, news items that are shared, but also that we help increasing visibility towards more traditional, let's say, communication means or towards the press. And often it can be the case that you have much more direct access to the press in your country, in your language, to your local communities. That's great. What we can do is to help you amplify the message. We can help you with flyers. We can help you providing information that you can then translate in different languages. And sometimes we do translate the communications in different languages. We have a blog that is called Who is NGI, Who's NGI, and this is usually a blog that is gathering the voice of the innovators. So it's the story of people like you that have, been successful in getting their funding, that they have been working in the NGI, and what we try to do is we try to give them visibility. It's a way also to help them promote their own work, of course. We have recently defined a new initiative that is called NGI Impact Stories, and the idea there is to showcase exceptional contributions from NGI innovators. You have heard this morning, I think it was a very nice session, the session in which we heard the innovators from the NGI telling their story. We realized how important is the work and how important is also the funding that they need to be able to continue the work. So we will continue to voice them, and in particular we're trying to look at what are the innovations that have already created an impact, whether it's societal, whether it's technological, environmental. So please, if you have stories to tell, come to us and we will try to help you promoting your impact story. I'm not sure actually if I should give the floor to, not now, so no, okay, I continue with the slides of concerning also part of the work that actually one of our partners is doing. So we are organizing also NGI Innovators Meets Up. Again, please subscribe to our channel, follow us. There's a communication mailing list. If you want to be part of this mailing list, drop me a message and we will make sure, or just go to the website, there is an info@ngi.eu. If you drop a message there, you will be added to the mailing list that is for the communication. There is a newsletter, of course, that is open to everybody. Now, we also have an influencer program that is a program that is trying to engage influencers or let's say experts that can have an influence and help us growing the visibility and credibility of the NGI in their own communities. So they represent a way for us to more easily get into contact with communities that otherwise would be a little bit too far away for us. Now, we also have a dedicated communication training program, and it's my pleasure to give the floor to our Felix, that will tell us more about our training. You're welcome.
So this is a boat, a very old one, Albert Grassi. So she has been built 40 years ago, 35 feet, which is big enough, not too big. It's rock solid, really, rock solid. It is made with excellent material. The shape is perfect for any kind of weather, of sea, of wind, anything. With that boat, you can go wherever you want. But it's a vehicle. It's a vessel. A little bit like the NGI information ecosystem. It's a vehicle. And so if you want to reach your target, your destination, you have to learn to sail. And believe me, it's not a piece of cake. It's complicated. And this is the reason why the NGI Outreach Office offers all innovators, RIAs, and so on, a free training communication program, which is how to use this NGI ecosystem, and you are part of it, obviously, to reach your objectives, which is for RIAs to engage interesting projects, to fund them, for innovators to share your values, your solutions, to find money, to sell your product or whatever. So we propose a training program made of 12 90-minute online training sessions. So it's nothing in your life. I know that most of you are nerds, geeks, geniuses, I hope, but I guess that you don't have a good communication background. And the good news is that you don't need to know it all to be good at communication. You need the basics. And this is what we provide in this training program. So the first episode is more intended to RIAs, which means I will present the NGI online communication ecosystem into the detail and, well, explain how to use it, how to make it the most powerful to reach your targets, your audiences. That's the first training, because you have to find your spot, in fact, in this environment. And it is not easy to use such a large ecosystem, keeping or building your own identity. And that's the main point of this first training session, which is the episode zero, let's say, the pilot. Then, communication strategy. You think you have a strategy, but sometimes, you know, you have to validate it. So you have to know what is your message, what is your objective, what is your target audience, what are the channels you will use to reach this target audience, what do we want them to do to engage with your project, to create a community, and so on. And this is communication strategy, and it must be validated before engaging any communication action. So communication strategy, it's also building a communication plan, which is more concrete and which is made of actions. Actions is one message, one target, one channel, one objective. Next, it's the storytelling training session. You know that telling a story is very important, and sometimes it's more important than the facts themselves. When I begin this presentation by "this is a boat," I tell you a story. I try to hook, you know, I try to grab your attention and to disturb you a little bit. And this is a way to introduce a presentation or to introduce your project. Building a story means you need heroes. Heroes, they are there, you guys, geeks, nerds, innovators. Bad guys, the big techs. You need a plot, you need a rhythm. And these ways to tell the story will make your messages much more impactful. Content strategy is a part of the communication strategy. So here we focus on content. What content will you create? Blogs, textual content, visual content, videos, games, animation, data visualization. Who will do this? When? What is the workflow? Who will validate this? This is content strategy. And it has to be very clear, even in small teams from the very beginning, who is responsible to do what. If you don't determine that, you will have problems, I can assure you. Fourth episode, websites. how many websites are unusable or too technical, which means that your audience, well, they are not interested by you. Because, you know, many websites are, the first page is who we are. No. What are your needs? What is our solution? What is the problem we solved? So this is a way to create an information architecture and to make a website that rocks. Some years ago, experts said the web is dead. It's totally false. The web has always its importance in an ecosystem, and obviously it is the hub, the central spot of your information, your social media bringing the audience to the website. The fifth episode is search engine optimization. Well, it's not fun. I'm very sorry, it's not fun, but if you don't exist on search engines, you don't exist at all. It's as simple as that. So there are techniques, and this session is really technical. There are techniques that you can use to to have a better ranking in search engines, results pages, using the right keywords, but keywords are not important at all today. The question is that you have to write your content for humans, but also for machines, for robots, that should be able to understand what you describe, to understand the hierarchy of the information, and so on. So this session is very important too. Engagement strategy and marketing. What is it? Well, you know that a story is 1,000 times stronger when it is told by 1,000 people. So the idea here is to create a community around your company, your project, or the NGI as a whole. Creating a community, it means that, you know, bystanders, visitors become active. They reply, they share your content, they like it or they dislike it. This is engagement strategy. And marketing, because sometimes if you have some money, well, it can be useful to promote one message. I don't know why, you have a specific reason, but it can be interesting to invest some money to launch, you know, a campaign, and then it is activated by your community. Episode 7, engagement tactics, intimately linked to the strategy, but in this session, I will tell you how to create this engagement with the content, with the kind of feature you will propose, polls, games, whatever, everything, whatever works. And analytics. This is a boring one. Really, it's really boring. But it is a nonsense to develop an information ecosystem if you don't know what is the result, if you are not able to understand the behavior of your visitors. What do they do? Where do they live? What do they like? What do they dislike? And this is analytics. So it's very technical, and it's not just a question of reading figures. The problem with analytics that you have to interpret these figures and understand what they mean on a long-term approach. Next episode, pitching. So I saw excellent pitches this morning, but at a certain time you have to pitch your idea in front of VCs, in front of potential clients, in front of partners, and you have 3 minutes to convince your audience that your project and your solution is the best. So pitching is really an art. Creating the visual support, not too much text, for example, having the right attitude, the right tone of voice, creating a story, creating the interactivity with your audience. This is the art of pitching, and I think that in 1 hour and a half, I could change the way you create your PowerPoint or other presentation and the way you will share them. Oh, Jesus. That's the worst one. GDPR. Well, I spent weeks to summarize in 90 minutes what is GDPR and what you have to know about the GDPR, because it's a key issue today. So I don't say it will be fun, but really, after these 90 minutes, you will know all you need to know to be safe, to be on the safe side when you publish a website or when you try or want to exploit personal data of your audience. And the last episode is based on impacts of AI on communication. And obviously, since 8 months, a lot of things have changed in terms of analytics, for example. You have the capacity to use AIs to improve your analytics, creating content, creating pictures, creating text. Everything is possible. And, well, translating, dubbing your own voice. I have fantastic examples of things that were almost impossible to do 1 year ago and that are possible today. So I hope you are excited enough to join me every Wednesday at 11 sharp. And the program will be published on the NGI website very soon. It will begin beginning of February. So you are really welcome. The more we are, the funnier it is. Thank you.
Excellent. Excellent presentation. Excellent insight into what you can learn and you can then apply to your projects. So I have a question now. How many of you are already involved in NGI projects? Okay, so there's some that are not. How many of you that are not and that are planning to possibly be engaged? Great. I didn't want to run polls, but it's just to understand. It's good that we have both insiders and possibly new insiders in the room, because I think many times when we approach European projects, we are not really told some of the basics. And sometimes in our techie world, you know, where we have a lot of, we've heard geeks and nerds and techie people. We have a different kind of, and I say we because I also have a technical background. We have a different kind of culture, right? For us, communication is bits and bytes and possibly scientific publications, and that's pretty much it. So when we enter into an ecosystem, if we want to really establish connections that are valuable to our organizations, we have to come to a common way of understanding each other, of communicating what we are doing so that the other perceive what is the value in what we are doing, and vice versa. We can also learn from others. In this community, you can learn a lot. I'm learning, I've been with the NGI since its beginning, and I'm learning so much. And I think it's amazing also what Philip has been sharing with us. He's a very high-level profile communicator, and to have this opportunity to have for free training courses on this, it's amazing. I have in my company several people that do media and communication, and I always tell them to follow the training courses that Philip gives. So I think also for your innovators, in case, you know, for your colleagues, for your partners, please spread the voice, because there's value out of it. There's a lot of value. So yes. Now, I think that we continue with Giovanni Maccani from Ideas for Change, focusing on research in equity, diversity, and inclusion. Thank you, Giovanni.
Can you hear me? Oh, yes. So, well, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Giovanni Maccani. I do work at an SME based in Barcelona called Ideas for Change. I'm joined today by some of my wonderful colleagues, my boss, Javi, my colleagues Anna, Paula, and Martin. And I have to admit that, unlike Monique, we are quite newbies in the NGI world, in the NGI program. We've joined about 1.5 years ago the NGI for All.E project, the Coordination Support Action. And what we try and do here is to try and foster principles of equity, diversity, and inclusion within the program across all the different projects and all the different initiatives that NGI undertakes and promotes, right? So I have to admit that one of the biggest challenges actually is gathering data. So Philip has mentioned it before, the importance of analytics, the importance of understanding what's going on in terms of diversity, in terms of inclusion, in terms of people's experiences. And we've also learned that there's a lot going on about privacy, about the will of participants to this ecosystem not disclosing this information. So this is a bit of a challenge we're facing. But besides that, we're trying to gather as much data as possible and trying to make some sort of interpretations and actions on how to address equity, diversity, and inclusion principles. And actually being here this last 2 days has been an amazing experience for all of us to learn more about all of you, about the challenges that some of you are facing, about some of the critiques as well, and some of the things we can do better, some of the things that we're doing very well. And I'm thinking about someone in the audience that I shared an experience with me yesterday about being not too happy about some of the feedback that they haven't received being innovators. Some others saying that feedback has been very useful. But we're trying to gather all these experiences and trying to make the program more inclusive. So just to start very briefly, what do we mean by equity, diversity, and inclusion? So equity is really the idea of having a place, an environment, an ecosystem that offers equal opportunities. Equity does not need to be confused with equality, right? So equality is giving everybody the same. Equity is really trying to get people to have the same opportunities, which is a big difference. Diversity defined as the variety of similarities and differences within a group of people. So diversity can take probably countless amounts of variables. We do focus on diversity of solutions. We do focus on diversity of backgrounds, of people within the NGI. We do focus on diversity of profiles. So one of the things I've noticed, for instance, is that this event has been widely dominated by open source developers, which are the main protagonists, I suppose, of this ecosystem. But I would have expected also to see the big enemy, the big tech company, knowing a bit of the history of open source, being here and learn what's going on. I would have expected to see some more citizens representatives to understand what would the internet of the future mean to them, or public sector, which I'll talk about in a few moments, right? And then finally, inclusion. Inclusion is really about experiences. It's a dynamic state of feeling, belonging, and functioning to create a fair, healthy, and high-performance organization or community. So within that, we're trying to see how is the experience of people within the NGI? Are they all listened to? Are their all opinion valued? And how can we improve for these to happen? This translates in working pillars that our work, I suppose, is drawn upon 5 pillars. So we're looking at all our assets, resources, and tools. We're trying to make them as much accessible as possible. I'm proud to say that actually the NGI.eu office is compliant with all the W3C guidelines on accessibility, which is something that's way above the average of European countries, and that's amazing. The team at Martel has been very quick and prompt in addressing some of the small issues you could have identified, for example, for blind people to be able to consume content properly and so on. Then we look at innovators. Again, here is where we have more lack of data, but we look at diversity of profiles, of background, of nationality. We'd like to see different people being part so that the whole program can benefit. And we do actions to address underrepresentativeness, I suppose. The NGI online community, which Monique has explained about. Again, similar scope, trying to increase the diversity of debate, of profiles, and so on, and try and foster and try and include people from groups that are currently underrepresented. A special focus on women in NGI. So we're looking at how are we doing in terms of women representativeness amongst our innovators, and we're trying and engage more. We're trying to promote NGI in women in tech sort of initiatives, networks, and so on. I'll talk a little bit more about that. And a lot of the work we're doing actually is around, it's called their communities of end users. But what we're trying to do is we're trying to explain on the one hand what is NGI to people that do not understand the language that's spoken here. And we had brilliant interviews with some of the impact stories upstairs before. And we're trying to do that. But beyond that, we're trying to ask people, communities involved with preserving human rights in the digital world, what do they see to be the priorities for the Internet of the future? So that the next open calls will be hopefully more aligned with also a societal demand for the future Internet that's more inclusive, safe, and green, and human-centric for everyone. So this is pretty much the pillars we're working on at Ideas for Change. Just some data, for example, funded innovators. Some of them are not yet in the database, they've been recently funded. We're looking at nationality, for instance, which is a little bit tricky there, because obviously if we talk about SMEs, NGOs, universities, there's a meaning. If you talk about individuals and individual developer, looking at their country is not really much a proxy of how well we're doing in our outreach. But still some interesting data. France, Germany, Italy, Netherlands, Spain are widely represented, and there's kind of still a lack of involvement from Eastern countries, for instance. And we do really want to have more diversity of cultures within the ecosystem, and we think everyone can benefit from that. I guess more interestingly, it's the profile of innovators that we have at the moment. So some is pretty much dictated by rules expressed by certain open calls that allow only SMEs or only individuals to participate. But what's astonishing is that public sector is almost non-present. So there was actually less than 10 amongst the 1,000 innovators that were led by public sector agencies. And we have some participation in universities, NGOs, and so on. Community, similarly, participation is a bit wider in terms of profiles. We do have public sector agency. They come, they participate in the discussion, some of the interactions. We do have investors that are more interested in learning and debating and interacting with the innovators and with the projects. Still, probably interactions are not, I guess, the best possible, but that's obviously a consequence of the community we're dealing with. So this, especially innovators, open source developers, they do have their own communities. They're self-managed, they follow specific rules, and we probably need to improve in that as well. But what we can see is that there's a variety of interests that span across all the topics covered in NGI, all the topics covered in the solutions, as well as other relevant topics that hopefully will be tackled more in depth in the near future. So some reflections, we have plenty. We'll be happy to share actually a public report on this. It's an intermediate report by the end of December, so it'll be published on the website. But as I mentioned before, what we're striking with a lot is the absence of the public sector. And why so? Well, we've spoken with a lot of innovators, and when we talk about impact, together with Funding Box, with Philip, with Monique, with Martel, with Tipik, we really try and understand what does it mean impact, what does it mean success for an NGI solution. I've learned a lot over the last few days, but very often solutions are envisioned to be embedded in public services. There's somewhat an assumption that the public sector will have to adopt NGI solutions at some point in one form or the other. However, we cannot expect that public sector agencies will go in open source code repositories, extract their code, adapt it to their local needs and context, build their own systems. So this is not happening. So we're asking ourselves, why are they not here? What can we do better for them to be more engaged with the program, with the innovators, and give more continuity, I suppose, to some of the code or the solutions that have been developed. So, well, the reasons why they're not doing so are well known. Innovation, change is difficult, public sector, lack of skills, lack of budgets, and so on. But we do believe that there are ways to do so, and there are success cases. We've spoken a lot with Open Source Politics, which is a company that's helping public sector agencies to adopt Decidim, which is a deliberative democracy platform based on open source, which is quite famous. And we're trying to study those models to see how can we replicate it for even smaller pieces of software or solutions, right? Also, the idea of engaging them during the development of NGI solutions. I'd like to share an experience we had with a previous project, which was an accelerator for DLT solutions for the social good. What we've done back then was we had public agencies that were challenge owners. So we had the Red Cross, we had the Municipality of Amsterdam, we had several of them, and they posed a challenge that could be solved through DLT or blockchain. And then teams have worked together with them to solve that challenge to have a solution that was operational by the end of the project. Could we replicate some of those models within the NGI or some of the projects? We're trying to do that. And then I've spoken about Eastern countries and underrepresentativeness of those. We're trying to do more campaigns over there, trying to engage with some of the influencers, some of the national contact points, universities, and so on. Talk about women. Women and open source software. I'm male, I apologize, shouldn't be me talking about this. Anna, Paola are actually leading this research. So it's kind of well known that women are not well represented in the software development community. There's quite a lot of data that shows that their percentage of contribution, of participation, it's still quite low. And the good news is that NGI isn't doing that bad. So what we see is that 14% compared to the 2.3 argued by others of our members, or the ones we have information about, are women. And actually in 42% of teams, there's actually women in the team. That's a good news. There's still a long way to go, but we believe we are on the right track somehow. And the good news also for us was that we looked at these numbers before we looked at this one. And that was good, because we were quite depressed, and then we said, okay, it's not too bad. So what were we doing here? We do women in tech mentoring sessions that are usually led by Anna. We've done a few in Barcelona. We've done a few online. We are trying to develop a map of women in tech networks and initiatives to be then published as an open living document so that they can be engaged and they can be outreached when it comes to promoting the NGI. Then we were thinking about what can we do at the NGI level? Because obviously there is, when we talk to people, when we do our research, a lot comes about the absence of women in STEM careers, and we have not much power in there, and there's a lot of people already doing quite good stuff in there, but what can we do within NGI? One thing we thought was, like, let's try and ask gender when people apply for a solution, teams of innovators. But what we've realized is that it happens that women then become present in the team, but they're usually placed there just to comply, as opposed to taking leading roles. And someone described this sort of initiative as palliative care for the problem. So it's not really a solution, it's maybe a step towards the solution. So yeah, we're trying to promote women participation. We're trying to give more voice to women in NGI so they can increase confidence of other women that may not be engaged to date. And then finally, the work we're doing with communities. So these are some of the communities we've spoken with. Some of you may be familiar with one or more of these. And again, what we're trying to understand is what are they doing with respect to the Internet of the future. They have a different language that I can understand better, to be honest. But then we're trying to extract insights to inform the future agenda of NGI, to inform future topics, and to inform what their wheels are. Some of the insights we've extracted so far, well, one thing is important to understand, it's also that they don't see the threat as the private code, but really more around the polarization and monopolization of power. And that's something that I've observed also in the conversations over the last 2 days. Need to extend collaboration. Public sector was one of the examples, but engage more stakeholders, have more diverse set of people here, policy people, sociologists from human science that understand also how the code will be applied in society. A lot of them focus on AI and ethics, and they have to change after the AI Act. They had to change quite a lot of their focuses, especially when it came to facial recognitions in public spaces. Right of self-determination, virtual private networks, another ecosystem, I suppose, that it's very difficult for people to navigate at the moment. And it's very important, especially in countries that suffer censorship or surveillance. And that's something that I haven't heard much about here, and I think it's a very good input for the NGI program. Fact-checking, which is obviously disinformation has been long a focus of NGI projects, but also going beyond development, if possible, to the extent possible. Just not only think about the IT, but think about use of IT. Think about IT together with data. It's not about AI only, it's about the data that feeds the AI systems, right? It's about policies. It's about thinking about how can people take informed decisions for public sector, again, when it comes to buying new technology. Do we need to foster criteria or assessments? And then finally, something that I like to call address the knowing-doing gap. There's a lot of things that are common sense, like the importance of protecting our data, the importance of privacy, the fact that privacy is actually being rewritten under our noses without us realizing it. But at the same time, people don't do anything about it. If you ask them, they're concerned, but if you ask them how often they change their passwords, they never change it. There's always the same across all their systems. So how can we address this knowing-doing gap? We know what's the problem, we don't do anything about it, even though we know what we should do, right? And empower people to do so. Finally, and then I promise I'll shut up, an example of a workshop that we've done with a community of blind people to ask what is their experience and what are their priorities when it comes to the future of the internet. We've learned a lot. It was actually a brilliant session. And we've reached consensus among 3 aspects. One, the most important, is the environment of screen readers, that for them it's a very difficult one. It's not interoperable. Screen readers, the good ones, are very expensive. People cannot afford to buy them unless you have an iPhone that has its own, but it's quite tricky. And there's no market for it. There's not commercial or open source offering for it at the moment. Another one is CAPTCHA codes. Obviously, it's a serious bottleneck for people, so enable new voice-based CAPTCHA codes for them. And then another one that was, it's a funny one, but you know when there's, on the website, there's these dynamic banners that just change and move at the top of your web page, for them is the end of their experience. Because since a screen reader starts reading from top left to right and down, when there's this dynamic banner that just gets into a loop and it keeps reading, it doesn't finish the reading, a new one comes in, and trying to find a solution for that. So, I guess mine is over, but I can still say, please follow us. Check our NGI events. There's 2 upcoming events, which I'll give the word to Monique.
I think we touched, thank you so much. It touched upon very important aspects that unfortunately not always we were able to discuss across the 2 days, but I think a lot of the people working in the NGI are very close to some of the aspects that have been mentioned in terms of equity, inclusion, and diversity. Much more can be done, but I think the NGI is really a champion program with respect to some of these principles. I can tell you, I'm working in many other Rise in Europe projects with my company, and mostly in the ICT, so with DigiConnect, and this is really, I think, a unique kind of program. So having said that, Just a couple of things. So next week, yes, 21st of November, there will be an event, OSOR turns 15. It's the Open Source Observatory that is organized here in Brussels. And from pioneering to mainstreaming open technologies in public services in particular, the NGI will be present. So in case you're around or you think it could be interesting to anyone within your network, please feel free to pass on the message. Then we have organized in January, 25th of January, and actually Giovanni, Anna, and some other colleagues from Ideas for Change have been putting together this event that will be held online. It will be at 11 a.m. on the 25th of January. You can already register for the event. And it's going to focus on communities, digital rights, and the future of the internet. So we will go a little bit deeper into some of the aspects that today Giovanni was sharing with us. So again, put it into your agenda and possibly register, and we will be very happy to see you there. Now, the next edition of the NGI Forum is not yet decided in terms of date and location. There will be a next edition in 2024, so if you stay tuned on any of the channels, I really hope that we will have PeerTube and much more to come on alternative social media channels. And we will continue, of course, to voice the community to help promoting your efforts and possibly see many more impact stories and successful cases out of also the new projects that will start. So on my side, I've been very happy to see many of you, to see so many new faces as well. I hope that you have taken the opportunity to establish new connections and to bring them back home. This is what I think it's the most important thing. The human factor, it's at the core of what we do. And I hope you can really bring back some new insights and some new contacts for you to continue your work in a better way. So thanks a lot to everyone. Thank you.
Can you hear me? Yeah? I don't normally need a microphone because I'm loud. So this is probably the last workshop from the Trust Chain project, which is a project around digital identity. And I have a short presentation first to talk around what the project is trying to achieve as part of the NGI projects, and then to give you a flavor of some of the projects that we identified from the first call, which is around digital identity, to talk around what the projects are so far achieved. They have done nearly 4 months into their projects. So you will hear from 5 projects. And finally, you'll have a panel discussion pretty much with many of our colleagues. And probably, as I see from the list, this has the longest number of members from the project to participate in the panel. So there'll be a discussion around what are the challenges we face within some of our own experience within the projects, and also what we see going forward as the adoption challenges within the digital wallets. And my name is Raj Rajarajan. I'm a professor of security engineering at City University of London, and I'm also the director for the Institute of Cybersecurity at University of London. So I'm going to give you a bit of flavor for 10 minutes or so before I invite colleagues from the projects to give you their insights around digital identity and what the wallets. And I think it's very topical at the moment, considering we are just getting these going through and getting approved at this stage. So I think, as the NGI emphasizes, the projects are all concern-driven. So we need user-centric wallets, and that's what we want to achieve as part of the trust chain. So I think we all spoke about GDPR and all these kind of regulations that came in, but most of the time the data minimization was not happening. A lot of challenge in terms of interoperability standards, and how do you verify some of these digital credentials. So most of our project, you will see after I stop my presentation, are using the verifiable credentials. So it's going to user-centric, user-defined, and trying to bring in some of the existing state-of-the-art technologies to implement the next generation digital wallets. And you have seen, EDAS 2 has been really hot now. Things have been happening. I come from the digital identity background. I started off 23 years ago as an academic. My first project was on digital identity. I'm very passionate, and I'm glad to see finally what I used to think it was my dream happening after 20 years of trying to push boundaries here. So the European Digital Identity Framework, EUDI, you might see last Thursday. It's been now going through the parliament. If it gets through, then there is a push to get every citizen ID for all, digital ID for all. And I think it's nice to see this project fits in and aligns well with what we want to achieve for the Europe. So moving on from the EUDI and the trust wallets, you have many things. You want to achieve convenience, security, instant verification, privacy, accessibility, and cost savings. So I think most of these are what you would expect in a digital wallet. I think what I would say is trying to achieve privacy and security, getting the right balance between achieving privacy and security. How do you have things like differential privacy at the same time achieving utility of the data, which is a trade-off between privacy and utility. And we are trying to achieve in Open Call 2. By early next year, we'll be launching our next set of projects will be around data sharing and data privacy, and there are some very interesting tech that's around in Europe. And then you have, in terms of standards, there's a lot of things that's happening. The Open Wallet Foundation, a lot of DITs happening, decentralized IDs. You have the Worldwide Web Consortium with many standards coming up. Internet Engineering Task Force, I work closely with them. OpenID Foundation, Hyperledger Foundation, Trust Over IP Foundation, and Oasis. So things are happening. We are in the right direction. We need more collaboration, as many colleagues have mentioned. We need to still work together, try to make these things work across boundaries to make it interoperable. I think those who work on the digital identity framework, you might have seen the ARF framework, which gives all the foundation of the building blocks you need. Maybe if you go through it, pretty much the architecture reference framework that's published gives you how we should be building these kind of digital wallets going forward. So there is a way forward now. I think one of the things, working with many SMEs on digital wallets, we all try to build our own proprietary wallets. Even the projects we are mentoring, we identify people still are in silos, don't want to. And there is an IP issue, and that's why when you try to push for open source and make it open source, where is the business model in digital wallets for the SMEs? That's a challenge going forward. But I think this is something that, as a community, we need to address. So that's what the digital wallet lifecycle looks like. Onboarding of a user, instance of the UDA wallet, authentication, going all the way to issuance of the personal IDs, and looking at different stages of qualifying these validations. So there are different ways of attesting these attributes and also the wallets, so that the wallets can be used and you can port to your different IDs across. So portability is one of the challenges across borders, so we need to address some of these existing challenges, and some of the projects have already started looking into these cross-border challenges. So in terms of the features and technologies, I think there's a whole list. I'm not going to go through. Device agnostic wallets is one of the interesting things. How do you make it cloud-based, portable, device agnostic, so that we can move these wallets seamlessly across different settings? And interoperability continues to be a challenge, and we see some projects within the trust chain ecosystem already working across, using APIs, and I see there is a nice marriage happening within some projects. Fraud prevention, decentralization, obviously you have heard a lot about it, and cross-border digital transaction. I think with digital currencies or central bank digital euro coming in, it is important we somehow establish digital identity is the core of any future digital transaction. So that's the heart. If you don't get it right, then you cannot get all the other e-services or gov services or public sector or private sector services right. So there is a lot of technologies, blockchain, verifiable credential, self-sovereign identity, key recovery, multi-party, even quantum has come in. One of our projects is around quantum key distribution for next generation decentralized internet. So I think there's a lot of tech out there. The biggest challenge I find is using zero knowledge proof that is transparent to the user. There is a lot of stuff around ZKP, but how do you make this transparent to the user, integrating zero knowledge proof so that you have selective disclosure? As a user, I want to selectively decide to achieve the data minimization. Yep. So there are challenges in terms of technical, policy, governance, and implementation. I think you will see from our colleagues when they present their projects. I think from the developer side, there is still zero knowledge proof for selective disclosure. There is still a lot of challenge in terms of how do you revoke it. Recovery. Yeah, I'm working on a project which is a UK-based project. We are working on key recovery mechanism. What happens if somebody loses it, if it is on a mobile? How do you then try to revocate keys on such environments? Switching to decentralized model requires a lot of upfront development costs, and our company is willing to spend that money. Going forward into policy, I think things are changing, but there is still a lot of obstacles. I see some of the government agencies don't provide the certificates needed to the private sector. I'm working on a project in Austria at the moment to work with the 121, which is the emergency services, where we are trying to put self-sovereign identity to minimize the amount of fraudulent calls made to the emergency services. But it's a challenge to really incorporate the government credentials into private sector applications that's built for digital ID. So what are the key features and the KPIs for us? We need to think about how to build hot and cold wallets. It's been discussed around, and if you look at the latest frameworks, they all talk about having things which are device agnostic, trying to have wallets which actually can use online and offline. What's the challenge? what happens if you're offline, you want to still access your digital credentials. Usability and user experience continues to be a challenge. I've seen, I think even in the last sessions, being techies, we get carried away, we don't look at the user experience. So one of the niche and one of the outcome of our projects is to really emphasize users at the heart of the design process. And you will hear in the panel today how Cyber Volunteers, one of our design partner, emphasizing from the early stage of the project design that we have to incorporate users into the design of anything we do for the digital ID infrastructure. Data minimization strategy using zero-knowledge proof continues to be a challenge, and also scalability and interoperability are still one of the challenges we need to address. So looking ahead, I'm almost coming to my end. It's something, digital ID for all, that's what we want to achieve, and it's been now approved. It's been since 2014, we have been working on EDAS framework, 9 years plus, before 10 years, I think we are close enough to make this a reality. A strong growth in different sectoral. I think I would love to see cross-sectoral applications, because at the moment, as I said, we see silos, banking, healthcare, retail, but we would love to see portability, and you can actually use wallets across sectors. Lack of business models, that mentoring projects, I realize people are still wondering, how do I make money? I asked many companies who started talking to MasterCard, and MasterCard keeps asking, but how do we make money if you start using your wallets for digital credentials? So there is friction, and there are not clear business models how we make money out of digital wallets. Difficult to start because of stable basis, standards still evolving as we go. Legislative alignment, I have my colleague here, Ruben, a lawyer who's done many projects around this space. He'll talk around some of the challenges we are facing among our projects in terms of the legislative alignments to some of the things we want to do, because you want to look across Europe and you want to also share data outside, going into data flows and things like looking at how do you go outside in terms of G7 data sharing outside the European Commission. You want to grow your business beyond Europe at some point. So thank you. That's my initial pitch to just give you a flavor of what TrustChain is about. We are trying to have 75 projects as part of TrustChain. The first project was all around digital identity and digital wallets. Going forward, the next call is around data sharing for privacy-preserving data sharing. The third call, those who want to pitch for your funding, will be on economic models. I think that's a fascinating area in digital wallets. We haven't got many digital economic models for wallets yet. So I think there is a lot of opportunity for innovation there. And the fourth call will come on to the infrastructure, and the fifth one will be around green computing, sustainability, as we go along the 3 years of the project. So thank you. And I'll now invite my colleagues for the 5 projects to start off with the first project, which is DidRoom, to talk about your projects that funded through digital TrustChain.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we
can. I have 3 minutes, so I'm gonna time myself. And I think I will need to share my screen. Good. Can you see my screen? Can you see my screen, anybody?
Yep.
Okay. Thank you. Good evening, everybody. This is Andrea from ForkBomb BV. I'm going to present DidRoom, which is a multi-standard modular identity solution that supports eIDAS 2, W3C and W3CVC, and PADES, etc. signatures. So, our unique value proposition lies in cryptography. We have built a technological stack on top of our cryptographic virtual machine Zenroom, which is written in C. It's multi-platform, it's small, minimalistic. It runs everywhere on any platform in the browser or on a mobile, and it has 0 external dependencies, meaning that as long as there will be a C compiler, Zenroom will work. Selected features of DidRoom are, first of all, eIDAS 2 compatibility, meaning EUDI ARF standard, and we are using OpenID for verifiable credentials for transport protocols. DidRoom can also supports W3C DID, W3C VC. We support zero knowledge proof credentials using the BBS Plus and the Coconut flows. We can do a bunch of different signatures, so it's CDSA, DDSA, homomorphic multi-signature. We offer some quantum proof cryptography that was just mentioned 1 minute ago. So the lithium signature and 2 key exchange mechanism. And the solution is heavily based on interoperable microservices. I have 50 seconds left. This is a container. Well, this is the diagram of our architecture. I won't have the time to go through all of them, but what I want to show is that the authorization server and the credential issuer are the 2 microservices that in the OpenID for VCI architecture issue credentials, and the relying part is a service verifying the credentials. Those are all working as external interoperable microservice that can be plugged into third-party software. We can have third-party issuers plugged into our software, and so we try to be as interoperable as possible. Running out of time, we have built a stack on top of our cryptographic virtual machine that is open source and interoperable. And I'm up with the time, so for questions, info@forkwell.eu or forkwell.eu if you want to have a look at our webpage. Thank you.
The next one is DID for EU.
Hi, everybody. Can you see me, hear me?
We can hear you. We cannot see the slides.
Oh, yeah, they're coming right up. Just give me a second.
Thank you, Dominic.
Just holler when you can see them.
We can see now.
You can see them?
Yeah.
Perfect. Okay, great. So I'm Dom from WaltID. We were, or have been, or are still working on the DID for EU project, which is really about building open source digital identity and wallet infrastructure aligned with everything that's happening in Europe, particularly with the eIDAS 2. Maybe before talking about the project itself, at WaltID we've been working on decentralized identity for the last over 5 years by now, and it's really been our mission to make it as easy as possible for organizations to use decentralized identity in order to build applications and use cases seamlessly. And so what you can see here is how our open source tools indicated at the bottom enable organizations to issue credentials, to verify them, as well as to build identity wallets. So far, over like a couple of thousand developers, as well as governments and businesses across different industries, are using our tools. And they're mainly doing this because our solutions make it abstract all the technical complexity that's typically linked to using decentralized identity technologies, which can be blockchains like the EBSI, the European Blockchain Service Infrastructure, or other trust registries, different types of protocols, credential types, signatures, keys, and so on. So the idea really is to make sure that we have a solution that supports multiple ecosystems, including multiple different regulatory frameworks, all kinds of different identity flavors like W3C verifiable credentials, ISO mobile driver's license, IETF, SD-JOTS, and so on and so forth. So for this project at TrustChain, we really looked at extending our existing solutions with everything that's still missing to ensure compliance with the new eIDAS 2 regulatory framework. So in particular, that means adding support for the mobile driver's license based on ISO standards, selective disclosure like SD-JOTS, and ensure continuous alignment with different large-scale pilots which we're involved in and different legal requirements. So far, we've already open-sourced first versions of both of these technologies. So we got a library for mobile driver's license and for selective disclosure in Kotlin multi-platform, which brings me to the next point. We wanted to extend our solution not only with new technologies that are supported, but also ensure that they work on any platform, such as that you can build not only cloud-based architectures, but also mobile ones. And so the two libraries I mentioned before are already multi-platform ready, with a couple of other libraries to come. Another library that we published, for example, is the OpenID for VC, or OpenID for SSI library, if you will. Then the other next 2 points are closely linked. Trust chain is really about not just building stuff, but making sure it's adopted in the real world. As I mentioned, a couple of thousand organizations are already using our tools, but right now we're starting to move to production with the first clients this year, from smaller scale production deployments by startups to large scale production deployments from large enterprises and public institutions in Europe, but also the MENA region, Asia Pacific, and the Americas. And so many of those clients are also using the open source libraries and APIs that are being built based on this trust chain project. And so how this project really transforms our stack and creates value for us is by making sure that we can support new ecosystems, most importantly the IDAS2 ecosystem that's coming up in Europe, to make sure that we can support any identity flavor, not just W3C verifiable credentials, but also, as discussed, MDL and SD-JOTs, to make sure that we can have a solution that really runs for is capable of enabling any type of use case in any industry and working on any platform, as mentioned before. That's really it. I hope I'm within the time frame. If you want to learn more, you can check out our website, walt.id, or check out our docs to find the open source components quickly, or just get in touch with me. Yeah, thanks for your attention, and if you have any questions, please feel free to reach out.
Thank you. The next one is Musa.
All right. Hello, everyone. Can you see me and my screen? All right. Are my slides visible?
Yeah.
Okay. Hello, everyone. My name is Amar, and we are Team Ethics, who are behind MOSAP project. MOSAP is a short form for multiple SSCDs with a unified signature API library. I want to give you a story of a journey, and MOSAP journey has been Methic's journey and so far identity environment journey. From 2010 onwards, we have been providing citizen identity solutions across EMA and APAC regions, and back then IDAS came, and then let's say 2021, when we first came to know about IDAS2 and EUDI wallet. And we divided these terms step by step to give a history and to give a linking there. And then next to 2022, we see Thales conducts a user perception survey. What do users actually need from the digital ID wallet? Then next afterwards, NISA started definitions of EUDI wallet technical building blocks, what points needs to be there. But fast forward this year, we finally get a published version of EUDI wallet ARF. Methics receives the funding. We are a few months into the project. We are working on the deliverable and while waiting for the reference implementation. So I'll point out to 2022, where we see that Thales conducted one survey among the European citizens that what do users really care about. And we understood from those users survey that more than 70% of the population have some form of digital ID. And when we asked users what's more important to them, they talk about two topics, security and convenience. And I like to bring to where we are today. In each country, in each European country, in Finland, in Sweden, in Austria, and everywhere, there's a state-of-the-art identity systems available. Users rely on having a favorite method for authenticate themselves. In Finland, we have authentication or proving your identity via SIM method, via app solution. So there are different methods. And this is something which is very important and an important message of MOSAP. We see as the progress is happening, NISA has been coming up with a lot of components and blocks that what do we need for an EUDI wallet. And Among ENISA's digitalization workshops and identity standards, one area they identified that there needs to be a unique API from mobile app to security anchor the security elements. So they talk about a secure component API. We have to take things in parallel with us. We have IDAS ongoing, which allows end users either to have, you can say, an SSCD with an HSM-based remote signing, SIM-based solution, or whatever, or ID card-based. But only one wallet is supposed to have one SSCD. But that's where we feel MOSAP comes in. It comes as a secure component API that will allow users to choose their preferred SSCD. So rather than be forcing users that this is the SSCD method you should use, we believe users should have an option to choose for themselves. So using an MOSAP in a digital wallet app will allow end users app to outsource their key management operations. And users can have multiple identities since they have multiple SSCDs. So they can have multiple X509 certificates, multiple verifiable credentials, provisioned at different level of assurances. And on top of that, that's going to speed up the process for developers to build identity applications. So when we look at it, in a mobile application using MOSAP can interface both substantial and high level of assurance of device in one device. So you can say integrating multiple security technologies through help of MOSAP. And that's what our CEO used to say, don't put all your keys in one basket. And we believe that this message, don't put all your keys in one basket, it has a user-centric approach to it. And we highlight that how MOSAP has been following the user-centric approach. We rely on the existing survey, as we told about. Users care about security and convenience for them. We wanted to see if what we are thinking is valuable for other parties or not. And we were quite lucky in that during this open one call, we have third-party Innovators who would be using our MOSAP library. So we already have an application. We have already discussions going on with third parties to use MOSAP library for their operations. Then we also decided, okay, we need to test this in a pilot environment. And that's somewhere the point 3, that we have an end user survey ongoing in Mongolia. It sounds very weird that we are talking about IDAS 2 and we are talking somewhere Mongolia comes up. But that's what we have seen from our experiences, that Europe sets up the standards and other parts of the world, they follow those standards. And since I've been at Methics, we have deployed many European standard-based solutions in Asia. And in Mongolia, that's one place where we want to identify users' attitude. There is our marketplacing. I'll come to that later on, just to highlight what are the benefits of end users, then I'll come to the use case. So users will have multiple ways to implement how their sole control is added. They have a key selection logic, and it provides an option that you continue with your existing SSCD. So at the end of MOSAP, you can sign any data format, either provided by centralized or decentralized system. You provide multiple SSCDs to user to sign. So each user through MOSAP can have a phone key store, SIM, eSIM, USB dongle, and IDAS remote signing. And that's where is the most important point we come at. In EUDI wallet, we see that we have been talking about, we see in the ARF that there is type 1 and type 2 configuration. And we believe this is a novelty where MOSAP allows one wallet to offer both high and substantial level of assurance identities. So a user can, as you can see in the picture, either they can have EUDI type 1 config, enable remote signing, EUSD in-store, or lower substantial, you can say lower type. And eventually, MOSAP handles all e-management operations. We are also demoing it during the pilot. We have 3 types of users already during the AC1. All the functionality of MOSAP will be demonstrated to NGI and TrustChain by our test users. Then we have the third parties, Denovitec and few other NGI, not NGI, other companies who wants to use MOSAP. And then we have vCEN users in Mongolia. Right now where we are, our goal is that we have published the first version of MOSAP on GitHub, and we will be sharing with our client partners so they can get to try it. We have already a user survey ongoing in Mongolia. Now what's happening in Mongolia, we have an identity system in place. They have a SIM-based solutions called run by an MNO, Universal Mobile ID. They have an app-based solution called GSign app. So a vSign service, a document signing service is running in Mongolia, which allows an end user right now to sign just with their SIM card. What we are enabling through MUSAP in this pilot is that vSign users will have an option. Either they can sign their documents with their SIM card, or they can use the government-issued GSign app, eventually allowing the user to choose what they want. And lastly, I want to say, as a MUSAP for EUDIW, we are not in EUDI domain yet, and the reference pilot implementation is still supposed to come out. And we are open, and we are open to collaborate. We are open to work. We are open to develop more of this MUSAP and see how it can fit the needs to provide both type 1 and type 2 config. That's all from our side and from Methics and MUSAP, and we'll be happy to stop here and we'll answer any questions if there are when it comes. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Amar. So next project is Social Wallet.
To me, good afternoon, everybody.
Good afternoon.
Let me share my screen as well. All right, are you able to see this?
Yes, we can.
All right, fantastic. Well, my name is Sebastian Bunder. I'm the co-founder of Surion, and for the NGI Trust Chain project, we have a project called the Social Wallet. As you've heard today from our other presenters and also in-house, is that there are a lot of wallets going on. The technologies itself are developing also quite fast, but there's a thing going on. We're moving so fast that there's a real risk that we'll be leaving people behind. There are a lot of tech-savvy people out there, but there are also a lot of people who are from the weaker socio-economic backgrounds, in vulnerable circumstances like elderly, the sick, refugees, certain minorities. They need to understand also this technology and also the use of these wallets that we're all supplying as a software vendor. So our project, Social Wallet, specifically aims to support these vulnerable people. It's an easy-to-use application to receive benefits, which users can exchange for goods and services. Authorities and sponsors, they provide an efficient digital platform to request the required information from the user and to issue the benefits. Think of food stamps, think of clothing, bicycles, stuff like that. Individuals and families can receive it using their phone and in a very privacy-preserving manner, using verifiable credentials and tokens. Right now, you get stamps, you get tokens, you get a card with your name and everything on it. It's not very secure, and it's also it's not very transparent as well. So you're not sure that you're actually using the right goods and services for these people. The suppliers of these goods and services, right now, they have to wait quite a while to get their financial settlement. With our application, it's instant. They can decide if they want to get the payout every week, every hour, every month. It's up to them. And the authorities and sponsors can also transparently see what the transactions have been and what they're paying for. So it's a big incentive for every group. The authorities and sponsors, they save time and money because it's a lot of financial hassle and a lot of administrative work as well, taking care of these kind of projects. For the individuals and families, well, they receive free or sponsored goods and services, and at the same time, they're learning these new digital essential skills. Again, techies like us, for us, it's very easy to talk about verifiable credentials, using DIDs, but let's be honest, the common people, they have no idea what a DID is. So this is a good way for them to understand how a verifiable credential works, how you get one from an authority, how you send them out, and basically show a QR code, and that they actually can exchange this information. And again, for the suppliers, immediate financial settlement for the goods and services, and they get an increase in their turnover. But there are challenges to overcome. Everybody's working on their own island, so they have their own specifications, their own standards. So we need to maintain a certain level of interoperability. If I go from Canada to Europe, or from Europe to Asia, everybody's using different specifications, different standards, but we need to make sure that we can cooperate with each other. It needs to be, again, easy for people with various disabilities or language problems. Again, something in English is not as easily translatable in Chinese or Mandarin, for instance. And for Europe, we need to make sure that we achieve a certain compliance with the emerging eIDAS digital identity framework. So how do we achieve this? Well, Spirion was also awarded and selected for the NGI Sargasso. And what we're doing for that project is called the Decentralized Identity Profile. What we're basically building is a simplified integration of cross-border verifiable credentials in a comprehensive and automated conformance test platform. Meaning that you can still use all these different kind of specifications, whether it's from W3C, whether it's DID, whether you're using MDL or MDoc. We're building a conformance test as an outcome for this project. It's open source, just like the social wallet, also open source. And we will use a minimalistic approach with all these profiles of multiple specifications, meaning that every specification that's coming out, we will try to incorporate it into the test suite so that others can use it. Not just us, people can add their own specifications to it as well, and make sure that we at least have some sort of interoperability with each other. Because again, all these different wallets is great, but if you cannot use one credential into another wallet's credential, or you have multiple wallets where you have your own different kind of credentials in, we need to make sure that it's interoperable with each other, that it can talk to each other. And if it can't happen, then it just won't work. We will fail altogether. So co-creation really is the key. It's a must for our success. If not, we will fail altogether, and then we have some troubles ahead if we don't do this. So let's connect, work together. If you need to talk a little bit more about this, reach out, and feel free to look at the Trust Chain website as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Sebastian. The final project from the Trust Chain presentation is Orchestral.
I hope you can hear me and see my screen.
I think you're on mute.
Sorry. Do you hear me? No?
Yeah, yeah, it's fine now.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so I'm going to talk about Orchestral. I have to say first that this is a joint project between an organization called Pangea, which has been for 30 years working with the social initiatives and activists in providing them, in working together, in designing together infrastructures for digital communication. And UPC, that I'm professor at UPC, where we work on decentralized technology. So as you can see, the objective of our work is not to focus in new technology, but in new applications. In a way, what we are doing is it reminds the age of TV and radio, where you had to learn about frequencies and modulation schemas in order to choose a radio station. So we try to bring the radio, the TV part to the social and solidarity economy. Sorry. And then we are working basically with a lot of activists and marginalized communities that are part of our network of Pangea, and that previously have designed their own solutions, and we adapted to them. And then we are focusing on creating simple tools for the community they can understand, they can customize to issue credentials for different type of purposes for this population, so that they can bring their accreditations to different organizations and get benefits, like social benefits, or sometimes access to a service that they need. So we focus on the vertical part of, like, for instance, how people can use credentials, decentralize the management of membership and different collaborations with organizations, so that they can be allowed to access certain internet services using those credentials, but mainly on the focus of many people in vulnerable situations where they need to get some support from social workers. They can get a credential from one organization, and this collection of credentials can be put on a common schema and then presented to a third organization, can be a public or private, and they can access benefits without all the paperwork and checkings that are typically in the paper bureaucracy. So For that, we have developed, or we are developing, an application we call ID Hub, where different organizations can manage their the credentials they produce. They import data and then generate credentials for all their members, workers, and beneficiaries. And then these credentials can be exchanged across the organizations that are involved in the pilot. For that, we have evaluated several open source technologies, and at the current time, we are working with Spruce ID, but that part can be ported to other structures. So the human-centric or the co-design part is critical for us. We've been working from day one with a lot of organizations in our context. And just to give you a glimpse of the ones that are more active, let's say, or we're working with, for instance, Pangea has about 300 member organizations, and as part of an international organization called the Association for Progressive Communications, we are present in about 63 countries. And then another example, for instance, is this collaboration where this foundation works with people in vulnerable situations, with social workers in a neighborhood. They generate a credential about their economic situation and needs. There is a technical organization, which is called EXO, that evaluates their telecom access in the place where they live. And then all these documents are sent to Sonconexio, which is a cooperative that has funds to support by discounts or free internet access to the families. And finally, you can see that, for instance, we are working with the Catalan Federation of NGOs in Catalonia, which has 120 organizational members, and we are co-designing with them the credentials they need for membership or for training courses, which allow them, the people who follow these courses, to get also social benefits in third-party organizations. And I think that's all. If you need more information, please contact us, and we will be happy to answer. Thank you.
Thank you. So let's thank all the projects. I think you have seen the spectrum of projects between having social value as well as the technical wallets. And already there is a lot of, this is half the projects funded through the open call of Trust Chain, and there is already a lot of cross collaboration and fertilization trying to make it open source so that we try to open up for new partners. So if any of you feel whether on-site or off-site, whether you're online, please do contact these projects. They are very interactive and they want to achieve the best for Europe and the citizens. So let's move on to the panel. We don't have much time left, so I invite the panelists to come on board. We have pretty much the whole consortium online as well. So maybe we can start with the introduction first with the panelists who made the effort to come here. So you want to start, Ruben, first? A quick introduction. We don't have much time, so.
Sure, super fast. Hello?
Yeah.
Yes. Hi, everyone. My name is Ruben. I'm a lawyer. I assist the Trust Chain project with all its legal aspects. So I'll leave it there. That was very fast. No?
Yeah. That's why you're a lawyer.
I'm on the clock.
Okay. Hello, everyone. My name is Alexander Ranz. I'm the head of technology of Alaska Blockchain Ecosystem. That is possibly the biggest blockchain consortium in Europe because we join public sector from government, local agencies to private sector, and we'll have there like from biggest banks to crypto startups. So I think that we have there like all the whole ecosystem of around blockchain.
Thank you. I'll go on the order on the screen. Maybe Caroline next.
Good afternoon, everyone. So Caroline Barrel, the coordinator of the Trust Chain project. Very happy to be here, even if remote. Part of European Dynamics, a software company based in Luxembourg, and yes, happy to participate in this panel.
Thank you. Lado.
Hello, everybody. So I'm a professor at the University of Ljubljana, and I'm engaged in the technical aspects of the Trust Chain project.
Thank you. Thanasis.
Hello, I'm Thanas Papaioannou. I'm a professor at the National Kapodistrian University of Athens. My expertise is cloud computing, and I'm also a business expert in this project, in the Trust Chain project.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Vasilios.
Yes, hello also from my side. I'm Vasilios Siris. I'm a professor of informatics at the Athens University of Economics and Business, and I'm also a co-founder of my university's first spin-off, EXID, Internet Identity, Security and Privacy Solutions.
Peter?
Hello, so my name is Petar Kočovski. I'm also part of the team at the University of Ljubljana, and I'm a senior researcher here at the faculty. Thank you.
Andres?
Hello, everyone. I am Andrés de la Ramo. I am user researcher in Cibervoluntarios, a non-profit that focuses on fighting digital divide, and I work in the Trust Chain project, providing guidelines for user-centric approach and assisting the winning open call projects with the implementation of it.
Thank you. So I think you know roughly the project team now. Pretty much most of the partners are here from the project. So I think I'll throw a few questions, then I want to open up because we want to get feedback from the audience here. So first, maybe I can start with the regulatory and the legal aspects, because since we now almost close enough to mandate this going forward in Europe. So I would like to hear the thoughts from Ruben as a legal expert in the project.
Yeah, thanks, Raj. So if you look at when we look at all these different projects working on digital identity, digital wallets, we now have the new European digital identity wallet regulation coming through, which, as you probably know, will amend the EIDAS regulation that already has been around since 2014. We end up in a legal framework that, while taking shape, in my opinion, it has become rather complicated. There's not only the EIDAS 2 regulation, we have the NIS directive and NIS 2 on the horizon. We still have the GDPR, which hasn't gone anywhere and is still as important as ever. So when we look at all these different initiatives, typically managed by SMEs, not that large companies, you see that they have this whole host of different regulations to take into account, which are not easy. The governmental framework, the institutional framework that ensures enforcement of these different regulations is quite complicated as well, very diverse, which means that all these stakeholders have quite a lot of things to take into account. And you showed during your introductory presentation the long list of standards which are relevant in this area as well. So I think that emphasizes the need for very clear and coherent guidance as to how technical specialists, businesses, small businesses can operate in this, let's call it what it is, a heavily regulated sphere. And I think that's an important job for the European Commission, the national authorities, but also people like me who try to assist and shed some clarity in what is to be a very, very complicated legal area.
That's probably leads nicely on to Thanas, it's over to you. How people can make money out of business models when there is a lot of regulatory challenges and most of these are SMEs. So what are your thoughts around business models around digital identity wallets? I think you're muted.
Thanks. So first of all, we have to understand that these are pretty much multi-tiered environments with too many players and too many stakeholders that sometimes they have even conflicting incentives. It was mentioned, I think, in your presentation, the example of the banks, or in a presentation of another one, that do not really, their interests do not really go along with these digital wallets. So in general, we have several incentives that are out there, and when you have all these conflicting incentives that could be tackled by means of tokenization approaches, that could be maintained in these digital wallets, then, and you consider that you have all this crypto with different regulations in different countries, and also fiat and also verifiable credentials and all other stuff that exists in the wallets, then doing business there with all these regulatory inconsistencies and these different legal frameworks in different European countries regarding even cryptos and exchanges that can happen through digital wallets, then it is very difficult and very much complicated to really do business. That's my impression on that.
Thank you. Sandres, what are your thoughts in terms of engaging the users then? Because I think the main emphasis of decentralization is to empower the end users into the design. What are your thoughts around the challenges faced in incorporating users? As many of you here are techies, how do we overcome that challenge?
Well, I think this links very well to the last question that you were making. One of the reasons to involve users is to actually make viable and desirable these kind of applications. The regular person at the current point do not understand some of the basic concepts that surround digital wallets and decentralized identity. They might not know, it's not only technical terms, but they might not know, for example, the difference between centralized and decentralized identity. This lack of knowledge sometimes results in a lesser demand of these kind of technologies, especially talking about the general public and even organizations who do not necessarily know about these issues. This in itself generates a loop that's a vicious circle. So since this fact is assumed by developers, sometimes we tend to create applications that are, let's say, by experts and for experts, and thus user experience sometimes tends to be overlooked, and we end up with niche applications that have not so much adoption and kind of look wireframey, so they are not so much, let's say, appealing even to use. This in itself transmits to the general public the idea that decentralized identity is something kind of like for techies, as you said, and the loop goes back in. But there are, of course, some examples and some very good examples on how engaging users changes these. And I think the best way to engage users, there are two main recommendations I would give. First is to know your end users and their demands and the context in which they are surrounded, not just who they are, but in which context they would use your solution, and to research a little bit on that. And once this is done, once you have let's say, an idea of what is needed, an idea of what people do want regarding their data and regarding their identity, and how and in which situation would they use this wallet, I would go where users are, instead of, let's say, calling users to collaborate with your application. So the idea is to not to ask users to, let's say, test your platform, but to go where the users are, to the organizations they belong, to the forums, whether they are digital or let's say offline, and talk to them about these new solutions that you are bringing. So they get hyped and they let's say, ask you to test your platform rather than the other way around.
I think we are going to run out of time. So I'm going to probably ask one quick technical question, because I purposely didn't come to the technical part to start off, because I think the challenges lie within the regulatory and the end users. So maybe from the technical side, we could spend maybe a minute. What are your thoughts, Andrea, on technical adoption challenges, being somebody who has been working on the Alastria blockchain infrastructure?
Yes, we talk now about too much about digital wallets, and especially about empowering the end user about to be the owner of your data. For example, if you see in the cryptocurrency space, you see that that is something that has been learned in the hard way, because there is something that are the private keys that you own. If you lose them, you lose all your money, and it's something that is painful and hard to everybody. But in terms of data, people is not aware about that that in order to be the owner of your data, in the field of digital identity, you also must be the owner of your private key. And I think that the most challenging thing is to provide a great user experience along with the best security in order to make the people the real owner of the data, of the private keys, and not to be depending on different organizations, different companies, in order to custody the access to the digital identity. Just to finish my intervention, there is a statement in the cryptocurrency world that says, not your keys, not your coins. But it happens exactly the same with the data. If you are not the owner of your keys, you are not the owner of your data or your identity.
Thank you. I think in the interest of the time, I'm sure all of you will have flights to catch, trains to catch, taxis to catch. I'll open up the floor for a couple of questions from the audience. Any specific questions, either to the panel who are on site or my colleagues who are online? Yes, go on.
What's the path to mass adoption of these technologies?
Anyone want to take?
Yes, I can answer that. For me, the massive adoption will come when people are able to use blockchain without being aware that they are using blockchain technology, in order that not to be worried about what happens if I lose my keys, how to manage with with cryptographic issues or stuff. So when we are able to use blockchain as a backend, in the same way we use internet without trying to understand how the internet protocols works, that will be the key element for me to go to the massive adoption.
Yes, colleagues online, the question was around what are the challenges in terms of mass adoption of technology. Vasilios, you want to give your thoughts?
Yes, I would like to say something that summarizes in, let's say, 2+1 words. So we talked about usability. I think the other word is usefulness, which is combined with a 3-word, I think, consistency. And this discussion on wallets reminds me of a similar, in many aspects, discussion related to browsers in the beginning of the internet. Then we talked about browsers. There was a lot of discussion of what services, whether companies should develop their own particular browser, and also what the business model related to the browser, let's say, technology is related. So at the end, I think the important thing that we learned is the browser is used as a single client that can be used to access various services, either searching, reading news, buying things. In a similar way, I think the wallets, which I would use a better term instead of wallet, a digital services agent, should be seen as a way to provide consistent access to various services of the digital world. So I think this usability aspect is to use the same, let's say, client or digital agent, as I call it, to access various services, which can be also include identification, but also authentication, storing credentials, signing documents, but also payments.
Thank you. I think I want to give Vlado a chance because he hasn't. Vlado, you have any thoughts around what are the major adoption challenges based around the projects you have been mentoring for the last few months?
Hi, everyone. So I think, the most complex topic which several member states of the European Union have also reservation is this complexity of the technology at the moment. And that is why I think the key aspect in the Trust Chain project is actually the usability aspect. So all our projects that apply to the open calls have to provide solutions related to usability. And I think we are almost ready for adoption. We have the EPSI Vector project, for example, which is focusing on really large-scale adoption. So I think it's a matter of not even years, but months when this adoption is going to start happening.
Thank you. Andres, I think interested of time, I'm going to ask the audience if there are any final thoughts or comments to the project team here. I'm sure all of you are looking forward to run away from here. So I'm not going to give everyone a chance to give their final thoughts, but I think it's an interesting topic. We are pretty much at a time when things are coming together, and I myself have been looking at since the time EDAS came in, and very pleased to see last week finally things are moving forward. As you have seen, once that's gone through the parliament, you have 24 months to give every EU citizen a digital wallet, which is amazing. I think that's the way it should be. Still, we will have our hard copies like passports, but I think we should be inclusive design, and we should all be given the empowerment to carry our digital IDs going into the metaverse and beyond. So thank you. I hope you do continue to interact with us, and thank you NGI Forum for the opportunity to present the Trust Chain Consortium and the projects we identified for today. And have a safe journey home. Thank you. Thank you, colleagues. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.